We have first world in.
Welcome, everybody. I was just trying to figure out what we want to watch today. I'm going to create a poll. What do we want to watch? Okay? And I'll give you guys some options. Option number 1. Johnny Enlow has Supreme Court Justice of Alabama on his show. I'll show you guys some of this stuff, too. And then we've got Stu Peters. Don't need any more information than that one. Hold on. Let me see what the Praying Medic and Her Royal Majesty Queen Ramana Didulo is up to. She's reposting Tucker Carlson's garbage. Oh my god, dude. Okay, she's not. What's Julie Green up to? Let's see here. Oop, did not mean to click that. Wait, what's this? A Great Awakening in the United States, Part 2. Well, let me blow it up. Julie Green Ministries International, 4620 53rd Street. Whoa. Iowa, okay. Hold on. Oh, it's a Rumble video. I see. Okay, hold on. See what we got. Let's just click Julie Green Ministries. She has part 1 and part 2 here, apparently. Okay.
Parts or 4 parts. There's even a teaching that I'm going to do.
Wait.
Parts or 4 parts. There's even a teaching that I'm going to do, which I actually already did yesterday. I pre-recorded yesterday, which is a 5-part series. It is very in-depth. It's very powerful. And I will be uploading those here soon for you. Down, especially the first paragraph. The first paragraph has a lot in it. So people just want to hear a prophecy and that's it. No, there's revelation. There's scriptures. There's things that God wants to reveal to us. And we have to take that time to listen to what God is. Why do we not fear? What's the importance of not fearing? The reason if we fear, then we are believing the report of the enemy.
Okay, so there's that. Live with Julie Green. Let's see. This is The Great Awakening, or A Great Awakening, Part 2.
Good. Deceived out of some of these things. They're destroying our laws, twisting them, because a lot of people in this country don't know our Declaration of Independence. They don't know our Constitution. But these scholars do. And what they do is they're tearing them apart, and they're seeing what they can get away with.
Okay, so here's one. We can watch this one. Julie Green. We'll watch part 2. I'm sure part 1 isn't that relevant. Julie Green, The Great Awakening. It's certainly some QAnon stuff. And then, let me check. Oh, yeah, Ray Comfort, Street Preaching. And then Flashpoint. Now, I want to give you guys a little idea of what each of these things are. Okay, welcome, Real Pumpkin J. Remember how you said I was subbed for 24 months on Twitch? Well, that's officially a thing now. A thing of the past now. It's 25 months. That's crazy. Absolutely nuts. Well, welcome. Glad you made it. All right, hold on. Let me just... Okay. So let me give you an idea of the Johnny Enlow stuff. Let's start at Johnny Enlow, okay? There's a Media Matters story about Johnny Enlow. If you don't know him, he's a full-blown QAnoner. And he sat down with the Supreme Court Chief Justice of Alabama to talk about who knows what. We'll find out if you guys pick this one. He sat down with him to talk about crazy stuff. Well, this is the guy that decided embryos are people. On the left. Tom Parker is his name. You know what? I'm actually going to start the... hold on, where is it? Oh, my God. Okay, I'm going to... Oh, my God. I erased everything. I just erased everything. Johnny Enlow with Alabama Supreme Court Justice. Stu Peters. Julie Green. What were the other ones? Oh, yeah. Ray Comfort Street Preaching. And Flashpoint. I'm going to actually create the poll now. What do you want to watch? I don't know why it's telling me to create a title when I did. Edit. Hang on. Let me make it so people can select between 1 and 2 choices. Save changes. Share. Copy. Paste on Twitch. Now, I'm going to go through each of these, okay? So you guys don't need to vote now. I just want to, like, show you what the options are real quick, all right? I'm going to pin it for a minute. That was an unintentional rhyme. Pin, just for a minute. Now, let's talk about what each thing is, okay? So, all right, so Johnny Enlow is a QAnon conspiracy theorist. We can cover his whole story, everything about him. And this video of him that I found. Yes, I found the video. It was hard to find, too.
Well, hello, everyone. This is another episode of Someone You Should Know.
Yeah. So we can watch that. Let's see. What Stu Peters video do we want to watch? God, Stu Peters is psychotic. Lactating men are abominations. Biological man injures 3 girls during what, lactation accident? Is that the rest of the title? During basketball game, okay. This guy is just insane. Just insane. And his videos are pretty short, too, seemingly. Warmongers blame Putin for Navalny's death. Mainstream media pushes anti-Russian bias. Another January 6th journalist just arrested, charged with felonies at Biden's corrupt DOJ. Oh, my God, dude. Off-grid survival. Yeah, we could see what he's saying about Nikki Haley. I got some crazy stuff with this guy, too. Oh, damn it. I closed it again. Okay, that's okay. So those are the options so far. Stu Peters. Johnny Enlow. I'll close that because it's in the way. Close this. Close this. We got Julie Green.
But if they can see the masses and realize the masses don't understand the true law, then they can take it away bit by bit. And that's what they've been doing. So right now, God is awakening the body of Christ. He's awakening the United States of America and saying, hey, this is a document that I had men write. So
okay, then. There's Julie Green. All right, thanks for coming, Real Pumpkin J. Glad you made it. Anyway. All right. Julie Green is an option. Nikki Hay. Okay, so Julie Green, Stu Peters, Johnny Enlow. What were the others? Oh, yes. Oh, my God. I totally forgot about this one. Hold on. Edit. I want to add one. In fact, let's modify. Instead of Julie Green, let's do Jordan Peterson talks to Eric Metaxas. Save changes. Show results. Okay. There we are. You can change your votes, by the way. That's possible to do. Where was it? Yeah, here it is. This is the other one. And then Flashpoint. Let's see what Flashpoint's got going on. If you don't know Eric Metaxas, he went viral on Facebook for some stupid Jesus message, and he's like this far-right religious nutcase. He's insane. Insane.
As the silence of the church in Germany opened the door to hell on earth.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I mean, you're getting what he's saying, right?
Few years, let's say the last 3 years, it was impossible for me to avoid the thought that just as the silence of the church in Germany opened the door to hell on earth, which we now know because...
So he's saying the left is Hitler, basically. Again, he's on Jordan Peterson, so they both have crazy shit to say.
Right. Well, I think that's akin in some ways to your claim that you're attempting to be directed by as close as you can manage to divine inspiration when you're writing. I mean, it isn't a set of axiomatic statements like I do believe.
Well, but forgive me for interrupting, but it's gonna sound like I'm claiming that.
Oh my God, dude! These people, can they like yank each other off any harder? Is it possible to do? Welcome, Miracle. Thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. On YouTube and on Twitch. That is awesome. Okay, so let's see. Close Julie Green because she's, yeah. All right, let's see. And the other was Flashpoint. Let's see what Flashpoint's got going on. The latest one, a call to action. Flashpoint NRB, a call to action. I don't know what NRB is. People have had enough. What's this? Let me just see what this is. Hang on. Oh, he's got. Check it out. There's Eric Metaxas is in this one. How about that?
Is it where we at? Nashville. Yeah.
They're in Nashville. That's what NRB means.
Tony Suarez and Hank Kuhneman. Woo! Yes.
All right, so that was a live one. Let's see what the next latest one was.
I think it's Reagan and Trump. That's what I think.
Oh, hold on. Who are the? Oh, they're talking about the favorite presidents.
Guy, I think he's going to be president again. So I'd have to say
that was his Trump impression.
Reagan and Trump, and I wouldn't listen to Rick Green. I think it's Reagan and Trump. That's what I think.
Well, you know, I was going to say, since you asked, I was going to say George Washington when I was thinking about it. And the reason why? Because George Washington could have made himself a king. He could have. Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's true. He could have made himself a king. Absolutely. And that's super respectable. Absolutely. George Washington was one of the best presidents. Maybe the best president in history for that reason.
Right. Wow. If I'm wrong, Rick, correct me if I'm right. Correct me if I'm wrong. He had the ability to, I mean, term limits.
Don't worry, Gene. I'll correct you either way.
I know you will. But he's the guy. He's the guy, you know? So,
man.
And of course, I love
in fact,
Reagan
Gene,
and Trump,
I mean, to that point, because it's an important part of our American exceptionalism, why our nation became so great.
Okay, so that's an option. These people are insufferable. All right, who are we going to watch, people? Let's get some votes in. We got 22 participants. 23 participants. Let's see who we got. This Johnny Enlow thing's 45 minutes long, and
it'll just be me this time as far
boy, is it crazy.
as Elizabeth not being with me, and we know we haven't got out as many of these in the last few weeks.
Oh, man. This guy is nuts. They're all nuts. Every single person that you see here is nuts. I keep this TikTok channel up, too, just in reserve for when I need something really, really nutty. It's called His Glory TV. It's Pastor Dave Scarlett, QAnoner. My chains are broken. What? Let's see. Please don't give me a... Please don't give me a copyright strike. I'm begging you. Let's see what this is. Is it all just stupid inspirational Jesus shit? It is. It is. It is all stupid, inspirational Jesus shit. Okay, goodbye. That one gets closed. Oh, yeah, there's also Hank Kunneman's church. There's that one, too. February 21st.
Happy Wednesday, Lord of Hosts Church.
Ugh, happy Wednesday. All right, let me give you a little tip, okay? I worked in the software field for a long, long time. Do not come out there and in a meeting and say, happy blank, happy Wednesday, happy Tuesday, happy Friday. Don't do it, okay? There's nothing happy about it because I'm sitting here listening to your stupid ass say it. Don't say happy blank unless it's a real holiday. If it were really a happy Friday, I would be at home playing some video game. It's an unhappy Friday because I'm listening to you. Sorry, got on a rant there. Where was the last one with Hank Kunneman?
Go on, church. Talks about.
Here we are.
This.
Yeah, this is Hank Kunneman,
right? This round, witchcraft. We break the. Mr. Brenda, come on, could just can't breathe. Comfort.
Hold on, let me just jump back until I find where this starts. Okay, this right here. Yeah, here we go.
Jesus, we worship.
Yeah, right here. Roughly, this is the spot. Let me see if I can download this one because I may want to watch this later. I think this is the one. I hope this is the one. No, that's not the right. Damn it. Lightcast player. Hold on. I don't know. I don't know if I can, like, there was a way to get this video before. I don't remember. How was it? Is this it? Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look at it later. All right, let's check the results. Looking like Johnny Enlow. Wow. Right. It was pretty close between Enlow and Ray Comfort. Okay. Well, Johnny Enlow it is then. Let me give a little lead up to Enlow, shall we? Hang on. Let me find some Enlow clips. Let's see. Some really good ones.
He won, and so there's the election in numbers by far. The numbers will come out. They're going to come out very soon.
And how do you know that?
Well, I could literally send you numbers from about 3 different. There's.
All right. Yeah. You know what? I'm actually going to I'm going to make this partly a main channel video as well. I'm going to open this one. What is this in the background? Oh, it's Telegram. Let's see. God will yeah, this is a good one too. We'll pull this one up. All right, we're good on that. Okay. And one more. There's one specific. Here, this is the one. All right, we're going to cover a few Enlow clips, talk about who he is. And actually just one more than that. Oh my God, there are so many good ones. Oh, there are so many good ones. Ugh. Oh my God, dude. It's so hard to choose. Which ones do I talk about? All right. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's talk about some of these puppies. Okay. Let me, oh, shit, I didn't even start recording. Glad I checked that. Let me just change my outputs. Outputs will be 20 and 30. Actually, it should probably be 20 and 29. All right, hang on one second. Sorry, guys. 20 and 29. 2 and 3. Okay, cool. Let's do this. Oh, shit. No card in camera. Forgot to eject the card. All right, let me start recording. I don't have an intro, so I'm just going to play this video until he says something psychotic, and then I'm going to cut it at that part and play that as the intro. This is from late August 2022. Whoop.
There's already been a decertification. There's an understanding, a decertifying of the 2020 election. I tell you 100% it has happened in heaven. And I'm saying as well, from the very beginning, people keep asking when Trump's coming back. And I said, he never left. He has been president. He has not stopped being.
This is Johnny Enlow. Now, I know what you're thinking. Lone nutcase, right? Except he just interviewed the leader or the Chief Justice of the Alabama Supreme Court recently. Okay, I don't know if you guys watch the news or how late you're watching this video or what, but the Alabama Supreme Court decided that embryos are people, basically, and they cannot be disposed of. Disposing of them is murder. It's insane. Insane. Johnny Enlow is a QAnoner. Dude on the right here. He's a QAnoner, and I aim to prove that to you if you're unfamiliar with who he is. Let's start from the beginning, baby. Just keep listening to this video. This is late August 2022. He believes that Trump was certified as president in heaven in 2020 and is still the president to this day.
President. He is legally the president of the United States of America. He is spiritually authorized from heaven to be so, which is the bigger deal. And so there is, there's going to be proof of that. You want the proof of it? There is.
Yes, I would love proof.
Strategy and optics why he's not in the seat where actor Biden is.
Actor Biden.
And I will say again, that's not the real Biden. And so that's for another conversation.
That's not the real Biden. You know what he's saying? He's saying that Biden is a clone. He's a stand-in. He's fake. He's not a real person. Get help, Johnny, for real. I just want to show you like how absolutely crazy the guy is, and then I'll show you why we should care. Again, interviewed the Supreme Court Chief Justice of Alabama. That's pretty important. But listen to what he had to say in this one. This one is from October 14th, 2021.
Me ask the prophetic people all the time, when's he going to be back in that seat?
Because he prophesied Trump was going to win the 2020 election. He prophesied it. A message from God.
Like, if you just knew a little more of the macro, he's doing what he's supposed to. And
yeah, I just don't know enough. That's the problem.
And just to add to that, like, because I just saw it again in the spirit of what I saw a few days ago was I saw a picture of President Trump playing chess again.
No, he's couching this as a prophetic vision, right? He saw in a vision Trump playing chess.
President Trump playing chess again, and he's very advanced. I could tell he's very good in advance.
Like, why even insert that? What does that have to do with anything?
But then all the you back up, you see the higher view. God has him on his chessboard.
That's
and so
good.
Trump and his whole board were on his board, and he's actually playing Trump. And he's above, and he's the unbeatable master at chess. And so that's what's always the encouraging thing. And whenever we feel discouraged with what we're seeing, it means we lack the higher view of seeing what's really taking place.
Right. Totally. You know, the sad thing is I know people who know Johnny Enlow, and he's a true believer. He's not a grifter, and he's not a bad guy. Truthfully, he's honestly a good person, a nice person. He's just absolutely unglued from reality. Truthfully. Check this one out. This is from 2019. This is a year before the 2020 election actually took place, and Trump lost it. I'm going to actually jump forward and just give you the relevant part. So Johnny Enlow says he is given a vision by God of Donald Trump on a motorcycle, revving it, and he's got a red, white, and blue bandana on. Has Trump ever played chess? Has he ever worn a bandana? And has he ever been on a motorcycle before? Riding front or bitch seat. Either one. I don't know. Anyway, all right, listen to what Enlow says here.
Went into this is something more. And then I was brought in real close to the motorcycle, and it was Triumph, which was further confirmation. And so I was like, Lord, as I'm saying that, the first thing he said is, he is going to save you from things you don't know you need to be saved from yet.
Trump is going to save us from things we don't know we need to be saved from yet. No joke.
And then the Lord progressively began to speak regarding that, and he said,
you hear in the prophetic language.
This time in the presidency is going to be a hinge of the ages and be known as before Trump and after Trump because of the way I'm going to use him. I'm using him as a Trump card, but I'm the Trump card player. And so your nation will be known as before Trump and after Trump. And he said the nations will be known as before Trump, after Trump. And the Lord, it was like, he said, I'm really not interested in your all's vote this time. I'm doing it. I usually give you all that option. This time I'm not. This is a rescue operation from heaven. This is a moment of the ages. This will go down. This time period will go down as a before and after AD, but BC AD, depending on what terminology you use now.
So he's saying that right now we're on a Jesus-based system, right? BC, before Christ. AD, Anno Domini, meaning year of our Lord. The separator right now between BC and AD is Jesus. That's the separator, right? He's saying we're going to move from a system based on Jesus to a system based on Donald Trump. Additionally, he said, you don't even need to go out and vote. It's irrelevant. God's going to make Trump win in 2020. Remember? You heard him say that just now, didn't you? And all these years later, what is his excuse? How does he explain that one away? Well, as it just so happens, I have his explanation here in clip form. You guys have no idea how many clips I have. Thousands and thousands from over the years. Hang on, let me close my curtain here. It's a little bright. Okay, there we go. A little less bright now. Sorry about that. As a side note, if Trump ever rode a motorcycle, he would totally ride the bitch seat, wouldn't he? If you don't know, the bitch seat is the back. It's the back seat, because that's where the bitch goes. I'm sorry. That's probably offensive today, but, you know, that's just how I grew up hearing that. So if it's offensive, tell me, And I'll stop saying. I mean, I don't say it in regular parlance anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. All right. Let me show you his explanation. By the way, this is called the Hinge of the Ages prophecy, what we just listened to. And he does have an explanation for why he was wrong. He tried to explain himself away in 2022. It was at January 21st, 2022. Listen to his explanation for why he was wrong.
From heaven's standpoint, Trump is the #1 government official on planet Earth.
So I wasn't wrong. See, Trump is in control after all. I was totally 100% right.
He is the president, not just of the United States. He is God's president for Earth at this time. But his assignment, people like, when is he going to be there? In this, the seat where Biden is way less important than people know. At some point, yes, he's going to. That seat will be back officially where it's supposed to. I don't know the timing of it.
Well, what use are you? I thought you were a prophet of God.
I had no idea of the full picture, the full range of everything that needed to be corrected and then brought into alignment with the kingdom of God. When I was getting the original prophetic words on it, my initial stuff was the world will be known as before and after Trump.
This is so painfully sad. So painfully sad. Like I said, he's a nice guy. Honestly, he's a good person. Johnny Enlow is. His mind is just eaten up with QAnon brain rot.
Comes in, and I was even looking at my prophetic word from 4 years ago. It's going to be an 8-year operation for that to happen. And so when we understand that there are people that are not just more powerful than the president of the United States, they're more powerful than the United States is right now.
Wow. Okay, then. So Donald Trump is in that position, I guess. He's more powerful than the president. He doesn't need the presidency. That was his explanation to his failed Hinge of the Ages prophecy. That's sad, man. That is straight up sad. All right, listen to this one. This is, I think this is the first clip that I ever got of Johnny Enlow. Not the earliest, but the first. I'm not even sure when it's from. At least 2020 minimum, I think. By the way, if you want any of my clips, owenmorgan.com/clips. It's a Dropbox I maintain. Not selling you anything. I just don't want them to be lost to time. owenmorgan.com/clips. All right, listen to this.
He won the election in numbers by far. The numbers will come out. They're going to come out very soon.
Totally.
And how do you know that?
I love it. Basic pushback.
Well, I could literally send you numbers from about 3 different.
Oh, do it. Okay, yes, great. That's what I want. Numbers from 3 different whatever. Yes. I need evidence. You're telling me you have evidence? Give it. Give it to me.
There's, people don't realize Sidney Powell's our top female attorney. That was her reputation before the media, decided she's persona non grata.
Oh my God, Sidney Powell. You guys remember Sidney Powell, the Kraken? She made all kinds of insane, just unglued from reality claims that got her in so much hot water that she's being sued for like $1 billion right now or something. And she's completely disowned by Donald Trump. I guess Enlow and the Trump camp more generally was still in the defend Powell at any cost phase.
She's persona non grata. She has proof. She has the proof of all the fraud and the numbers. She has the numbers. Sidney Powell has that president.
Isn't it funny that she never turned those numbers over, even after facing $1 billion lawsuit?
Trump won the election. Lynn Wood was our top male lawyer. He has all the numbers.
Dude, Lynn Wood is I'm not the guy that insults people. I'm not always bagging on people. Lynn Wood is not a good person. He was Kyle Rittenhouse's lawyer at first, until Kyle Rittenhouse discovered that Lynn Wood was taking advantage of him. He was fleecing him. he ran a GoFundMe for Kyle Rittenhouse, and it earned up to like $1 million or something to get him out of jail. Lynn Wood ran off with the money, basically, and claimed it for lawyer's fees. Didn't even get Kyle out of jail, for a while at least. It was just messed up. Lynn Wood's just not a good person.
Lawyer. He has all the numbers. He has all the proof. Mike Lindell, Mr. Pillow Guy, My Pillow, he has videos. And if you haven't seen them, it's because they're suppressed and censored for a reason. But
that's why we haven't seen them, guys. I'm telling you, man, I go digging. I go spelunking in the depths of the QAnon world regularly. I want to see this stuff. I go as far down as I can possibly get to understand their mindset, to know what's happening, to see the direction that they're moving. And I haven't seen anything convincing. It's all complete garbage. If there is anything at all. When he says this here,
because they're suppressed and censored.
If you haven't seen the videos, I haven't seen the videos. I don't know what videos he's talking about. Is he talking about any videos specifically? Or is he just like making this up? By the way, check out my book, owenmorgan.com/book, okay? Anytime somebody gets a book while I'm streaming, I will shout it out on air. The reason I mention is because I'm getting alerts from Etsy that people are favoriting the oh my god, the store. Yeah, actually, Jay Eisenhower, I'm sorry, just Jay, I first names only. Jay, thank you so much for the purchase. I appreciate that. That is awesome. And I got a whole bunch of favorites. Onyx favorited, Christine favorited, Quee favorited, Luann, William. Yeah, thank you guys so much. And then this morning, no. Yeah, it's not updated properly. But anyway, anytime there's a purchase, it alerts me on my watch, and I will shout it out. First names only. In fact, I'm going to pin a link to the top of Twitch. Pin for 240 minutes and replace pinned message. Awesome. Yeah, check it out. owenmorgan.com/book. All right, let's continue with Enlow here.
For a reason, but there are three different sources, and they're not even the ultimate source. There was actually a sting operation. They knew it was coming, and so
who's they in this scenario? They knew it was coming.
Sting operation. They knew it was coming.
I don't know who he's talking about.
And so even the military intelligence knows that 49 states, it depends how you count the numbers, but 49 states, including California, went to Trump. They just decided, this is not prophetic. This part I'll tell you right here. It's
well, everything else up to this point has been prophetic. God told him this, that Trump won 49 states. Did he say including California or excluding California?
They just decided.
Hold on.
The numbers, but 49 states, including California.
Oh, including California. So which state was it that didn't go Trump, I wonder? Is it what, like Vermont, Hawaii? Which state? This is insane. Get help, Johnny.
It's an inside military intelligence information. That March 10th, they presented a 7 weeks report, and they acknowledged they know that
everything that he's saying right now is sovereign citizen / QAnon / evangelical conspiracy. It's all built in together. It's insane. And I could go through the whole thing, beginning to end, how the sovereign citizen movement believes that when the Union and the Confederacy rejoined, it became a corporation, and anything they did, I could go through all of it, but I don't even feel the need right now. Trust me when I say what Johnny Enlow is saying is sovereign citizen QAnon nonsense. March 10th, and what else was it?
Report. And
they released a report on March 10th or something?
Military intelligence information. That March 10th, they presented a 7 weeks report, and they acknowledged they know that the election was fraudulent.
Okay, look, this guy really needs to get help, okay? Dead serious. But there's a reason I'm talking about him, okay? Let me show you why I'm talking about the guy right now. This clip is from 2022. It's late March 2022, and this is at a conference, right? They had a bunch of, like, what do you call them? Like politicians and stuff that showed up. Bunch of politicians come here and, you know, talk about their politician stuff, whatever they talk about. Listen to this.
So we've got Mark Thielman running for governor of the state of Oregon here with us today. Mark?
Again, 2022, so these elections have already played out. But for the record, some of the QAnon candidates did win. Some of them, most didn't, but some did. That's what matters. You see Johnny there? Showed up at this conference, Johnny and his wife Elizabeth. Like I said, I know these people. Well, I don't know these people. I don't know Johnny and Elizabeth. I know people who know them very closely. And Johnny is as honest as they come. I can only feel sorrow that he fell down this rabbit hole. Johnny Enlow was a missionary kid, I believe in the jungles of Peru. It might not have been Peru. I don't remember now exactly. But he and his whole family lived in the middle of nowhere. We're trying to preach to tribes and smaller villages in this underdeveloped country. And when he got a little bit older, he had spent his entire life reading the Bible, because what else is there to do? He didn't have comic books. He didn't have TV. He had nothing. So he reads the Bible. When he got older, he exposed the flaws in the cult that his family was a part of. He got his entire family out of a cult by using the Bible. That is some honorable shit right there. He used to be pro-BLM. He used to be pro-human rights. Used to be all of it. And then he got sucked into a new cult. The Trump cult. He would do anything for the Trump cult. And it is just sad. So let's continue watching as they invite as they invite political candidates, political operatives, like politicians on stage here with Johnny Enlow.
And Mark, could you have your team stand with you? And my wife, Brett. And your wonderful wife.
Yeah, I believe he's already a politician. I'm going to skip most of the clapping. If you're seeing any jump cuts, that's why. I'm not skipping anything important.
We've got Darren Harbeck running for state senate. Would you stand? And his wonderful wife, would you stand, Kel? And finally, we've got Patty Adair running for county commissioner.
All the way from federal to local level politics. That is some concerning stuff. By the way, thank you so much for the order, Mackenzie. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Hopefully you like the book. Anyway. QAnoners, by and large, have lost politically. But not all of them have. There are still QAnoners out there who are absolutely unglued from reality and hold public office. So, bottom line on this video here, he introduces a whole bunch of these politicians and asks them to come up and has Johnny Enlow pray over them.
For that as well, Lord. So we commission them, and whatever that means and represents and is imparted to them in the spirit realm of apostolic commissioning, let that be released over them.
That's insane. That is insane. Now let me put a bow on this and show you what the whole point of this video was. Hold on. One second. Yeah. I saw this video from some random state-level politician not too long ago. Dusty Devers had no idea who this guy was until he started doing sermons about our embryonic brothers and sisters in frozen prison cells. Like, what?
Today,
by the way, this is early December 2023.
Today, I want to ask and answer the question, what must you and I do to love our IVF embryonic neighbors as ourselves?
IVF embryonic neighbors. He unironically used that phrase.
My aim today is, with our Creator's help, graciously to bring before your conscience the harsh realities of IVF, so you will respond by faith, in faith, by loving your embryonic neighbor. Why should this matter to you? Well, we've heard why it should matter. Millions of our embryonic neighbors unnecessarily are being led to slaughter every year by IVF and assisted reproductive technologies, and countless others are cryo-incarcerated in frozen prisons.
Cryo-incarcerated in frozen prisons. And I'm thinking to myself when I saw this, I'm like, okay, it's just some lone nutcase, right? No reason to even think about it. Until the Alabama Supreme Court ruled that embryos really are cryo-incarcerated neighbors, basically. The Alabama Supreme Court recently ruled that frozen embryos can be considered children under state law, raising concerns about how the decision could affect in vitro fertilization, commonly known as IVF. This is on AP News, and it was written by Laura Unger, updated February 22nd, 2024. And what do I find? I find Johnny Enlow, after this Supreme Court ruling in Alabama, like state-level Supreme Court ruling, not federal level, I find Johnny Enlow interviewing the Supreme Court Justice, the Chief Justice for Alabama, on his show. Johnny Enlow. Supreme Court Justice decided that Enlow, QAnoner Johnny Enlow, is who he wanted to talk to on his podcast. I mean, I've played Enlow saying some absolutely crazy stuff. I've played him claiming that Trump basically is God, or that he's being used by God, or that he is going to be, or that we're going to base our system off of Trump instead of Jesus. I played all of that stuff, but in addition to all of that, oh, and I've played some, like, you know, QAnon, sovereign citizen stuff. But in addition to all of that, he outright endorses QAnon, openly endorses QAnon, and views Michael Flynn as some kind of special, I don't know what you call, like, arbiter or something. Johnny Enlow had the opportunity to discuss whatever he wanted with Michael Flynn on this broadcast. And what did he decide to discuss? QAnon. Now, if you don't know Michael Flynn, he denies QAnon completely. After taking the QAnon oath, he denies it now because he wants people to take action and do things themselves. He doesn't want people to think that there's like a white knight coming to fix everything for him. But Johnny Enlow brings it up with Flynn and tries to get it out of him.
You were essentially revealed to us by Q, trust the plan, patriots in control. It was over before it began. There was continual references to you.
By the way, this is 2022. It's late December 2022.
Who knows where the bodies are buried? And then, but what I do hear from you is no one's coming to rescue you. If anything, I'd even written in my notes, if anything, a denial that there is Q and all. And I'm fine. I don't want you to, that's not the question.
He believes in Q. Johnny Enlow does.
You can answer.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if we're live. Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. Yeah, we're live.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to just tell you, I have, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I know what this whole Q thing is. I think it's just sheer nonsense.
Yeah, I had to reset the camera. I have to wonder if he asked if they were live because he wanted to imply he would have given a different answer if they weren't. I don't know.
Okay, well,
it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I mean, you see all the idiocy all over the internet, and these people that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Oops. Anyway, the point is, Johnny Enlow, QAnoner, interviewed the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Alabama, who just decided that embryos are children under the law, the state law or whatever. Psychotic. Now, if you want to watch this interview, it's 45 minutes long. I'm going to watch the whole thing.
It's a wonderful opportunity to speak to you. We need to find what God's call is on our life and pursue it.
I'm going to watch the whole thing. If you guys want to see it, it's my Owen Unfiltered YouTube channel. Check that out. Absolutely psychotic. If you miss a live stream, I'll be uploading it in parts later, cleaned up, colorized, have the audio fixed, and all that other stuff. So keep a lookout for the uploads. But I do live stream every Wednesday and Thursday morning, 10:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. So hopefully I see you at the live stream. Anyway, tell me what you think about Johnny Enlow, and tell me what you think about him interviewing the guy who just decided that... Wait, where did it go? Yeah, here it is. That embryos, frozen embryos, are children. I want to know your thoughts. Tell me in the comments. All right, I'm going to kill the recording, and now we're actually going to watch it. Where the hell did it go? Just now. Here it is. All right, cool.
Introduce them to you and just...
Hold on. Let me just restart the recording. It's a good length of time to cover Johnny Enlow and his past. That was not bad. All right, game capture. Oh. Keep getting telemarketing calls. I never used to get telemarketing calls before. Now I get them like nonstop. Drives me nuts. All right, let's see here. Output 2 and output 3 should be 25 and 30. 25, 30. All right, cool. 2 and 3. Here we go. Let me switch screens. And give a little intro to this, too. Start recording. Just wanted to fix my focus. Hold on. This is Johnny Enlow. If you're unfamiliar, he is a QAnoner, extremely influential within the political sphere. He's prayed over political candidates. Part of the Trump cult. He believes that Donald Trump is effectively like a god. I did a whole piece on him not too long ago on my main YouTube channel, Owen Morgan Telltale. Give that a look. Maybe I'll put a link in the description for it if you want to see more about Enloe. But he interviewed the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Alabama, because the Supreme Court of Alabama just recently determined that frozen embryos used in like IVF treatments are children. Absolutely psychotic. Anyway, I wanted to listen to the whole conversation on his podcast, on Enloe's podcast, between the two of these nutter butters. So let's start from the beginning, shall we? And while we do, we're going to play some Final Fantasy VII. Should just be in the background. Won't bother you too much if you've never seen it before. Okay. Hang on. Okay, here we go. And, wait, there's something else I wanted to do. Oh, yeah, that's right. I wanted to readjust my camera because I'm off center. It was bothering me. Close enough. And I also want to make sure that everything is cropped properly. It shouldn't be cropped. It should be just raw. So let me make this raw so that it's not cut off. There we are. There should be like a shorthand for this, some like easier way to change the settings for all of my scenes at once. That would be really nice. But no, have to do it by hand. Oop. That's what I get for using a... I mean, this is like a $2,000 piece of software. Very, very high quality software that I'm using right now. And I have to do it all by hand. God damn. All right. I bought it years ago. I thought evangelicals want people to breed more. Yeah, I thought so too, right? But now the let me put it this way. The tail is wagging the dog now. The ideology has taken over. Yes, they do want people to breed more. But at this point, their minds are gone. To get to where they wanted to be, they had to go off into La La Land. And that's where they found themselves. Embryos are peeps too. Microwave, big bang, boom. Okay? I don't understand, but I appreciate the words you put in there. Anyway. Robert Adset, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Viking EBJ, thank you for the sub. And once again, Nerical, I appreciate it. All right, cool. Don't forget, check out my book, owenmorgan.com/book. It's pinned to the top. It's about Jehovah's Witnesses. Working title is Understanding Jehovah's Witnesses. And at the moment, yeah, the title may change, but the idea is it explains doctrine and it explains my life within the religion and stuff like that. So, yeah, give it a look. It's, in my opinion, it's very interesting. It was a very interesting book to write. I thought I hated writing. Turns out I actually love writing. And you can bet your bottom dollar that I'm going to be writing another book soon. This one's going to be about televangelists, probably. Kenneth Copeland and the belief systems that he holds or that he's created or latched onto or whatever. By the way, the other day yesterday we watched Kenneth Copeland live. I'm sorry, not live. We watched Kenneth Copeland from 1971. You know that was part 4 of a 5-part series by Copeland? He had a whole bunch of different episodes that we could watch from 1971. So that could be on the list in the future if you guys want to. I'll take a poll. And if you guys want to watch some more Kenneth Copeland from 1971, then we can later on down the line. Anyway. All right. Let's listen to Enloe.
Well, hello, everyone. This is another episode of Someone You Should Know. And it'll just be me this time.
Guys, I had to sign up. Guys, I had to sign up for this service to be able to watch this. I hope you appreciate the things that I do to get to watch this absolute insane garbage.
Someone you should know, and it'll just be me this time as far as Elizabeth not being with me, and we know we haven't got out as many of these in the last few weeks as normal, but we have a fantastic guest today, and I'm going to introduce him to you in just a moment. I'll tell you his name right up front.
Tom Parker, I believe.
Is Justice Parker. But, you know, our message on the Seven Mountains, the Seven Mountain Mandate.
Oh, my God. I'm going to have to talk about the Seven Mountain Mandate, aren't I? Well, we'll talk about it in a minute. Just keep listening.
Is really, it's not that new of a message in the sense that it just goes back to Jesus' original first message.
No, it doesn't. Okay, see, this is why I don't keep Telegram open. Only when I'm looking at Nutter Buttery online do I ever keep Telegram open. That's very frustrating. Please ignore the dings. Anyway, I'm going to have to explain Seven Mountains Dominionism, right? The Seven Mountains Mandate. I'll try to make this quick because I've talked about it before, but Dominionism... Let me just give you the Dominion theology definition off of Wikipedia, just so you have it, in hand here. A dominionist is described by 3 criteria. 1, dominionists celebrate Christian nationalism in that they believe that the U.S. once was and should once again be a Christian nation. In this way, they deny the Enlightenment roots of American democracy. 2, dominionists promote religious supremacy insofar as they generally do not respect the equality of other religions or even other versions of Christianity. I.e., you think that a Christian government would be, not so bad because you're a Christian? Oh, think again. It would be a nightmare because they don't consider you a Christian. It doesn't matter what type of Christian you are, you're not a Christian unless you are a dominionist. And number 3, dominionists endorse theocratic visions insofar as they believe that the 10 Commandments, or biblical law, should be the foundation of American law, and that the U.S. Constitution should be seen as a vehicle for implementing biblical principles. So you get the idea of what a dominionist is. Now, there's something called Seven Mountains Dominionism, or the Seven Mountains Mandate. It's an additional ideology on top of dominionism. The Seven Mountains Mandate actually comes from this old piece of anti-Semitic literature from 1902 called the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. It is the supposed method that Jews were going to use to take over the world or whatever. That's how they described it. Somebody, I don't know who, somebody took this piece of anti-Jewish propaganda from 1902, read it, and said, hey, let's give that a shot. Lance Wallnau is a Christian, he's a dominionist. Christian nationalist, the whole 9 yards. And he explains what Seven Mountains Dominionism is, or what the Seven Mountains Mandate is pretty succinctly. So just listen to this little primer for a split second, and we'll get back to Enlow.
3% of the population, roughly 3 to 4% of the population, are radical leftist elites.
It's just completely made up, but okay.
30% of the population are evangelical born-again Christians that are inclined to go towards Pentecostal language. I mean, we're really out there. 30% against 3%, but they neutralize the church.
These are the Seven Mountains.
Because they're also in religion. They changed the definition of marriage, so they've taken over family. They've totally taken over academia, so the education institutions are teaching leftist theology or leftist ideology and silencing conservatives. They're controlling government right now. They've taken over legacy media, Hollywood, entertainment, and arts, and now they've got Wall Street.
So Wall Street, so basically here are the Seven Mountains: the economy, the government, the military, art, education, so on and so forth. And the plan in the original anti-Semitic book referenced by Hitler, Protocols of the Elders of Zion, the plan was for the very small percent of Jews. It was written in Russia, Tsarist Russia. The plan was for the very small percentage of Jews in Tsarist Russia to take over those 7 areas of society as leaders, and then they would be able to control the entire area. And it doesn't matter if they're a minority or not. I mean, it's just completely made up. It's fabricated propaganda. It was written almost certainly by the predecessor to the KGB called the Okhrana, the Russian secret police. Anyway, Lance Wallnau saw it and said, yeah, I like that. I want some of that. And is now implementing it to take over the United States in the name of Christian nationalism. So that's the Seven Mountains Mandate, if you were wondering. Seven Mountains Mandate is we must take over the United States in the name of God, and we're going to do it by... Dude, did this just froze on me. Are you kidding me? I've had no end of trouble with this game lately. Like, it keeps freezing and messing up, driving me nuts. Good reason to save frequently. Anyway. So the Seven Mountains Mandate is the plan to take over the United States in the name of evangelicalism. Not in the name of Christianity, in the name of evangelicalism, specifically. All right? So now with that context in mind,
new date,
let's keep listening to Enlow here.
Is really...
Let me step back to where he starts talking about Seven Mountains Mandate again.
You know, we haven't got out as many of these in the last few weeks as normal, but we have a fantastic guest today, and I'm going to introduce him to you in just a moment. I'll tell you his name right up front is Justice Parker. But, you know, our message on the Seven Mountains, the Seven Mountain Mandate.
There you go.
Is really, it's not that new of a message in the sense that it just goes back to Jesus' original first message.
No, Jesus never said you should be taking over countries in his name and forcing your will upon everybody around you. No one ever Jesus never even implied that. By the way, that's what is happening here. They're trying to force a dictatorship. Their words, not mine. I'll show you another clip in a little while to reinforce that, to prove what I'm saying. Just keep listening.
Message. You are the salt of the earth. You are the light of the world. And if you don't function as salt, you're going to get trampled by the area you don't function on. And if you don't bring light, darkness will rule. And
so he's saying you're the salt of the earth and the light of the world. Is that what he said? And if you don't control an area, then it's going to be controlled by people that you hate. Okay.
We know that there's nowhere that is more evident than in the mountain of government. So today, who we have with us is Justice Thomas Parker, Supreme Court Chief Justice of the state of Alabama. And he is a fellow kingdom lover, a lover of God.
He's a fellow dominionist, a fellow Seven Mountains Mandate follower. That's psychotic. Not sure if it's a political landscape here, but both of the professors I work under are right-leaning, and a lot of people I work with are also quite right-leaning, says Super Nerd. Oh, interesting. That's in Hong Kong. Right-leaning is a little bit different in Hong Kong than in the U.S., isn't it? I'm not sure how it translates exactly. You can give me another highlighted message with more info if you want. It's interesting, though.
And
don't forget, check out my book, owenmorgan.com/book. It's about my experience with Jehovah's Witnesses and their doctrine and things like that. It's useful for Christians, for atheists, for non-Jehovah's Witnesses, and for Jehovah's Witnesses alike. And I wrote another companion book that is the last chapter, so you don't need to buy the second book if you buy the first one. The second book is about 60 pages long, about this big, and it's 100 questions for Jehovah's Witnesses. Sorry. Just gotta shout my stuff out.
Kingdom lover, a lover of God, and we are so excited to have him today. We're going to hear a little bit about his journey, and then at the end we're going to just ask him to pray for some of you who might be feeling a nudge, a call for what we call the mountain of government. So
you understand what he's saying there, right? With that context in mind, he's saying they're going to pray for people to get involved in politics, a nudge for the mountain of government. Hold on. There's a recent clip that I covered regarding Seven Mountains dominionists and their goals, their interests, what they're looking for, what they want. This is on Flashpoint. These two people that are talking right now are extremely influential and mainstream. They're not nobodies by any stretch of the imagination. They are very powerful people. I mean, think about how much influence I have, 400,000 subbies on my main channel. These people are 1,000 times more influential than me, at least, minimum.
They're not based upon fascism that Hitler was. I mean,
talking about Christian nationalists.
That's not yes, he wanted pride in Germany again. They had been decimated by the previous war.
Poor Germany, huh?
I mean, their inflation rate was astronomical.
Boy, those poor guys.
Weimar Republic. Now, that's what a bad leader can do, but imagine what a good leader could do with nationalism or even Christian nationalism. I mean, if Hitler can do that, bad guy, imagine what a good guy can do.
You're understanding what he's saying here, right? He says he wants a dominionist dictator. Again, not nobodies. Extremely influential people. They want a Christian nationalist dictator. By the way, there is no good fascist dictator. There is no good fascist, period. By definition, the goal of fascism and of a dictatorship is to seize control, to take power for yourself, and that means taking it away from others. There is no such thing. It is an oxymoron to have a good dictator. Anyway, that's the ultimate Christian nationalist, their ultimate dominionist goal. Now that in mind, let's listen to these two Christian nationalists, these two dominionists, Seven Mountain Mandate people, one of whom is on the Supreme Court of Alabama, talk about dominionism and how much they love it. Insane.
A call for what we call the mountain of government. So, Justice Parker, I'll give you shake hands here. It is so good to have you with us, and I'll just let you greet the folk that are watching us as well.
Yes, it's a wonderful opportunity to speak to you. We need to find what God's call is on our life and pursue it so that we can be used of Him in His kingdom for His purposes. And I hope to explore that with our talk.
Well, that is good. He got right into it. And that's really what we want to hear. And really, with that, I know to tell us your whole journey. Obviously, we don't have the time, but the significant parts of your journey. For instance, let me give you a specific question. Was your call and pull to the mountain of government, Supreme Court, justice is where you're at now, was this first evidenced by a feeling of justice in your heart from young, or a call from God?
So he's trying to figure out, he's trying to give people, the listening audience, the reason that they need to go run for public office as dominionists. That is psychotic.
Or just describe to us.
Really, my heart was involved in the first wave of the religious liberty defense that swept this country.
Religious liberty defense? Here's another thing that I should probably point out. Dominionists and Christian nationalists alike commonly conflate, what's the term I'm looking for here? Well, let me put it this way. When all you know is privilege, when all you know is privilege, equality feels like oppression. So, dominionists tend to feel like they're an oppressed minority, when in reality, the government is just making everybody equal. They feel oppressed because they have to bake a cake for a gay couple. Well, that's trampling all over my religion. No, that's forcing you not to violate other people's rights by discriminating, is what it is. Now you are... now you feel oppressed because everybody has to be treated equal, and you can't treat people worse because of their religious beliefs or because of their position in life or whatever. I mean, you're seeing how this works, right? I'll show you another one. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. I think this is the clip. These two guys, Gene Bailey and Greg Stevens, they were talking again. These are Kenneth Copeland Ministries pastors that are talking on Kenneth Copeland's TV channel, the Victory Network.
Our patriotism and our Constitution was taken from the Bible.
No, I don't even know what that means, but no.
Our three branches of government are from the book.
No. 3 branches of government are not from the Bible.
God our lawgiver, God our judge, and God our sovereign, our king.
No, a lot of our existing infrastructure, government infrastructure and laws came from Britain, British common law. Not all of it, though. In fact, the Constitution, honestly, is like a work of art. Deeply, deeply impressive piece of literature, but that's neither here nor there.
That's where we got our 3 branches of government, was from the Bible. So because it comes from there, that's the measuring stick for that.
So the Bible's a measuring stick for government? What? That doesn't even make sense.
Daniel, the book of Daniel talks about in the last days and all different nations. So nationalism is a thing. It's going to be a thing.
Did he literally just find the word nation in the book of Daniel and suddenly claim that, like, the book of Daniel is in favor of nationalism? What? What the hell does that mean? You can't just pick a random word out of a book and claim that it's saying this or that or whatever. That is nuts. Hey, you know what? I've got a verse for you. Psalms 13:1. Let's talk about Psalms 13:1, shall we? Here, let me find it. Wait, where is it? Hold on. Okay, my computer is running really slow right now, and I don't know why. My mistake. It's Psalms 14:1. It says, and I quote, "There is no God." I mean, the rest of the verse says, "The fool says in his heart, there is no God." But these are the verses that I really care about right here. There is no God. The Bible says there is no God. Boom. How can you argue with that? The Bible says it. There is no God. That, you know, I'm being a little bit flippant here, but that's exactly what these guys are doing. They pick the word nation out of the book of Daniel, and they claim that God wants Christian nationalism because they found the word nation. What?
So nationalism is a thing. It's going to be a thing. It's just what form of nationalism am I going to follow? I prefer, as a Christian, to follow the foundations of this nation.
Right.
I'm not going to force you to do it, but don't deny our rights.
There it is.
To do that.
No, see, that's the thing. Let me frame this up for you a little bit differently. People need abortions sometimes. Imagine this scenario. Let's go even younger. A 10-year-old girl is assaulted by somebody, right? She needs an abortion. It's been 6 weeks. Been 6 weeks, and it's not too late to get an abortion. She can get one. 10-year-old kid. And you know that a 10-year-old body is not capable of safely delivering a baby, right? It is necessary to have an abortion in that case. In fact, let me take it a step further. As a Jewish person, that's a Jewish person's religious belief that they should get an abortion. Do you know why? Numbers 5:11 to 23 says that you should get an abortion in some cases. So these people that we're looking at on screen here, these Christian nationalists, are violating other people's religious beliefs by forcing 10-year-old kids who've been assaulted to not get abortions. What is their religious belief that we're stopping them from doing? We are stopping them from imposing their beliefs on everybody else, and that's against their religion, for us to stop them from imposing their beliefs on everybody else. Seriously, that is the mindset that they're in.
Christian to follow the foundations of this nation.
Right.
I'm not going to force you to do it.
That is literally what he's trying to do. The fact that he cannot force somebody to do something, he can't force somebody to not have a child or something, bothers him. He doesn't like the fact that he's not allowed to regulate abortion for everybody. It's against his religion for you to get an abortion, and he can't stand that. That's where we're at right now. So they're acting like a persecuted minority when in reality, they are attempting to persecute others right now and are upset by the fact that they are not allowed to. That's what's happening. All right, let's continue with Johnny Enlow. Sorry for that deviation. I was an excellent and benevolent dictator of the student librarian team in my high school. I was voted in unopposed in a public vote lasting 3 seconds where the question was if anyone votes against me. Okay, interesting. I have colleagues who would have voted Republican if they could vote in the U.S. No one really cares about the local politics, though, because the pan-democratic, basically left, not pro-CCP parties, are pretty much banned from running. Interesting. Wow. Not sure it's the political landscape here, but both the professors I work under are right-leaning. Okay, got it. Regarding what you said, I was an excellent and benevolent dictator of the student librarian team. Okay, there's a difference between dictator and, what's the word? Like, decision maker? Final authority? Yeah. There's a difference between dictator and final authority, I guess I would say. Sometimes there's a final authority on stuff, but a dictator is somebody who comes in and imposes his will on people, forces them to do what he wants, whether they like that or not, regardless of their input on the matter. In your case, you were unopposed. A king doesn't necessarily have to be a dictator. Although it's an authoritarian structure, dictator is a different, it's an additional step, I think. I'd have to think about it more. You bring up an interesting point. Anyway, all right. Let's hang on. Data on experimental animals. This is a scientific research laboratory. This is a puzzle. Hang on. Extended use Mako weaponry is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's K. I think that the puzzle is King. Let's see. Urban Development Research Lab. Plate construction, city map, reactor construction chart, city map. Here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. M. No, I think it's Mako. M-A-K-O. or Mako, as it's technically pronounced, I believe. Weapons development research. I need to find the book that doesn't fit in this library. Weapons development. Nope. Soldier members. Peacekeeping law. Nope. That fits. Here it is. 1, 2. A. So the letters I have are KMA. I need to reorder them to make a word. This one is Space Development Research Lab. Yeah, I think it's Mako. Planet movements, space program, urban planning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, yep. Mako. That's it. All right, sorry. Let's continue.
And it's interesting. I've never seen anything written about it, but all of a sudden, attorneys all across the country with no connection whatsoever were filing the same type cases for religious defense. And that had to be a move of the Holy Spirit.
That's approximately what year?
I'm not sure what he's talking about right now. Like, it sounds like he's saying, like, a bunch of lawyers were attempting to do the same thing. Okay.
That was in the 80s.
Okay.
And out of that have risen major national religious defense organizations,
religious defense organizations. So they're not defending religion. They're imposing Christianity, or not even Christianity. I'm sorry. I'm not even using the word right. They're imposing evangelicalism upon people. If you're a Christian, they're not okay with you. They don't want Christians in government. Do you know the percent of Christians in government? I looked this up recently. It's 95%, I believe. They don't want Christians in government. They want Christian nationalists. They want dominionists in government. Very different. So when he says Christian defense, I simply can't accept that. It seems to be like a flat-out lie. At the very least, this Chief Justice of the Alabama Supreme Court is twisting the truth completely out of proportion.
Just universities, so many different organizations that did not exist at that time. It was just individual attorneys working at their call.
By the way, this guy's got some wild sideburns, right? Is it just me?
They had after God had burdened their heart. And so I was involved in that. And through that, we got to meet each other eventually and form some very nice networks that have continued even until today.
Let me interrupt just a second. So religious defense, would that be about religious freedoms or?
No, it's about Christian supremacy. That's the goal behind these organizations. Christian supremacy. It's always been the goal. They don't want... no, I'm sorry. No, I'm not even saying this right. I keep saying Christian. I should be saying evangelical supremacy. Christian supremacy already exists in the United States. It's not about Christian supremacy. It's about evangelical or dominionist supremacy. It's not about religious freedom. If they were in favor of religious freedom, a lot of these organizations wouldn't even exist.
Pro-life or some combination?
It was religious freedoms.
Okay.
No, it wasn't.
Was the emphasis at that time.
Because there was, in the 80s, there was a sense that it was being highly encroached upon in our nation. Is that would be why there's sort of a
In what way? In the 1980s, religious freedom was being encroached upon? How?
Response from believers?
Well, at that point, we had a U.S. Supreme Court liberal-dominated majority.
Notice how he's just conflating the words Christian and Republican, or anti-Christian and liberal, non-Christian and liberal. He's just kind of mixing it all together. We had a liberal-dominated Supreme Court, and that means they weren't Christian by default. No, they were Christian. In the 1980s, the Supreme Court was Christian. Today, everybody on the Supreme Court is Christian. They have always been Christian. They're not all dominionists. That's the difference. They're not all dominionists.
That were really not even following the Constitution and trying to remove religion from society.
No one's been trying to remove religion from society. Trying to remove it from government, like the first sentence of the First Amendment of the Constitution says. Has he even read the U.S. Constitution?
And so there was a backlaw, a flashback against that was occurring through the Christian attorneys across the country.
And would you call yourself a constitutionalist?
Nearly everybody, every attorney is a Christian, just about. Almost all of them. I'd say 70% of attorneys are Christian. There wasn't a pushback from Christian attorneys. There was a pushback from dominionist attorneys. I want to make that distinction clear. Remember that dominionism has a specific definition. 3 criteria. Dominionists celebrate Christian nationalism in that they believe the U.S. once was and should once again be a Christian nation. In this way, they deny the Enlightenment roots of American democracy. Number 2, dominionists promote religious supremacy. Supremacy, remember, not religious equality, religious supremacy. Insofar as they generally do not respect the equality of other religions or even other versions of Christianity. Like I said, if you're a Lutheran, if you are a Catholic even, if you're a Methodist, you don't fit in their world. They call themselves non-denominational, typically. These people do. If you're a Baptist, if you're a whatever, it doesn't count. You need to share their views. That means, really, they say they're non-denominational, but they're a form of Pentecostal. They believe in falling out in the Spirit and speaking in tongues and snake handling in the whole 9 yards. I mean, they don't do snake handling anymore. They don't do poison drinking anymore, really. But that's the type of Christian that these people generally are, non-denominational or not, regardless of what they call themselves. So if you are not that, then you don't belong in government. You don't belong anywhere near government. They say that they're an oppressed minority because they don't have a majority dominionist in U.S. Congress. That's their problem with this situation. Psychotic. Sorry. And the final point, number 3, that makes a dominionist. Dominionists endorse theocratic visions insofar as they believe the 10 Commandments should be the foundation of American law and that the U.S. Constitution should be seen as a vehicle for implementing biblical principles. Even though the commandments were done away with, all 613 of them, not just the first 10, they were done away with when Jesus died. He fulfilled the law. Remember? It's like, did you even read the Bible?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Okay. We get that out of the way right.
I have mine in my pocket. I carry it.
Are you a constitutionalist was the question. Oh, yes, I carry one in my pocket. Bill O'Reilly did that too. These people are such a joke, dude. Then why have you somehow missed the first sentence of the First Amendment? You know, the one that says, Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Remember that? First sentence, first half of the first sentence of the First Amendment even. Has he read that? It's supposed to be religious equality.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, tell us just more about your process, how the Lord woke you up and called you, whatever part you're...
Woke you up. Remember, Johnny Enlow is a QAnoner, and that's a QAnon term. Woke you up. The Great Awakening.
Want to tell us today?
Well, let me start by saying this. As a young man, as any young man, you get pulled on the issues of the day those who talk and provide the speeches can really move a lot of people. But I found that I had to be governed by this maxim. The existence of the need is not evidence of the call.
The existence of the need is not evidence of the call. So I guess he's saying, in his mind, we need more dominionists in government. That's the existence of a need. But it doesn't mean that you are being called to be one of those dominionists in government, right?
The existence...
hold on. Okay. I thought he was using maxim incorrectly. Just wanted to double check.
Of the need is not evidence of the call.
It's very good.
I was involved in too many things that I was not called to. I had just seen a need. Yeah. And so once I learned the truth of, 1 Thessalonians 5:24, he who calls you is faithful, who also will do it.
Yeah.
I want that call, knowing that not only is he calling me to that, but he also will do it. He'll be with you. He just wants you to say yes.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand what's he even talking about right now. He's saying sometimes you have a purpose in life and you don't know what it is until God calls you to do it or something. All you have to do is say yes. Am I reading this correctly?
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, I love that. And if you didn't pick that up at first, is that he is presently Supreme Court Chief Justice in the state of Alabama. How many years have you been there?
I've been on the Supreme Court for 19 years and Chief Justice for 5.
Jesus Christ, dude.
It's an elected position by the people.
And let me ask you, like, for those of you who are considering going into government, you have to understand, if you're a Supreme Court Chief Justice of a state, God has called you very far. What do you feel when you're on the job? Do you feel abandoned by God, helped by God? Do you feel angels are attentive? Do you feel...
you shouldn't feel anything by God when you're doing your job as a Supreme Court Justice. You should be using the law as the basis of your entire moral system. In fact, you shouldn't even be using a moral system at all when you're adjudicating issues. It is not on the court to adjudicate moral issues. You're only there to protect people's rights. Your right to swing your fist ends at the tip of my nose. You can swing it anywhere you want except for right here. Because that would cease to be you exercising your rights and begin to be you violating my rights. That's the idea. Now, what does this guy do? He considers any way in which he can possibly spread Christian nationalism, dominionism, extremism through society. In any of his cases, any way he can see to do it, he does it. That's insane. And again, QAnoner, okay? Enloe is a QAnoner. You know what? I don't think I've played this yet, but I have a video of Enloe just coming out and saying he's a QAnoner. See, I mean, he's talked about QAnon ideas, but let me find the QAnon one. Hang on. One second.
We had the national championship Saturday. The two number you're asking Americans to do. So I understand you were for those in what the body of Christ who keep saying I am.
This is it. Yep, this is it. This is the one. Okay. Check out this video. This is Johnny Enlow just coming out and explaining that he's a QAnoner. Chief Justice of the Alabama Supreme Court is sitting down and agreeing basically with every single thing out of this guy's mouth, out of this QAnoner's mouth.
For those in the body of Christ who keep saying, I am not a conspiracy theorist.
By the way, I'm sorry. This is late September 2022 when this video came out.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. You are saying something that's totally incongruent with Scripture, with the admittance of Scripture itself, that the nations, the leaders of nations, are always in conspiracy against God.
Okay, conspiracy. He's using conspiracy, the word conspiracy, in two different ways. Have conspiracies taken place? Oh, absolutely. There have been conspiracies against people. Yes, 100%. But when he says conspiracy, he's implying that there's this grand thing that's being done by a whole bunch of people all at the same time with this plan to throw a wrench into God's works or whatever the hell. It's just completely made up, the entire thing. But okay, go on, Johnny.
Evil men in high places are always in conspiracy against God. That's why he tells us, you are the light of the world. You arise and shine. You are the salt of the earth, because those who are separated from God and his kingdom will not contend for anything other than their own ways, and it will be a way of wickedness. And so this is why conspiracies exist.
Sure, conspiracies exist, but not in the way that this guy imagines the world. It's insane.
Conspiracies have been proven. What has been revealed to all of us, even in recent days, is President Trump aligning himself clearly, distinctly, as being congruent, working with, in some way, however you want to look at it, with what is the Q plan, which was revealed.
You catch that? You hear what he said?
Distinctly, as being.
He said Donald Trump is aligning himself with the Q plan.
What has been revealed to all of us, even in recent days, is President Trump aligning himself clearly, distinctly, as being congruent, working with, in some way, however you want to look at it, with what is the Q plan, which was has been revealing for 5 years. All who have followed Q have been considered and called conspiracy theorists, and every single one of them has been proven already. Now there's
every single one of them, every single conspiracy proposed by QAnon has been proven already. I can't believe that he buys all of this nonsense. It is so sad to see this guy go down this deep, deep rabbit hole from which he cannot emerge. Like I said, I know people who know this guy very, very closely. And it is deeply sad and painful to see him gone like this. His mind just fried. It does not get more sad than this, really, for Johnny Enlow and for his family. It's kind of heartbreaking.
Some in the community go off into other depths of it, but you have to understand the primary elements that were brought out 5 years ago, that there is a group of world leaders who are a cult, and they're a satanic cult, and they're pedophiles, and they traffic children, they traffic people, they steal blood, they do sacrifices.
Adrenochrome and all that junk.
That is not a conspiracy theory.
Yes, it is.
If you still think it is, you are blind. Get your head out of the sand.
Look, the fact is, every conspiracy theory that he just listed, elites drinking blood of children and trying to get adrenochrome and all that stuff, that was also found in that old anti-Semitic book, The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, from 1902. A fabricated book designed to demonize Jews, to blame them for all of Tsarist Russia society's problems. Every conspiracy theory that he just told us about has existed for 100 years, and it was nonsense then, and it's nonsense now.
For those...
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hang on. Let me go grab something real quick. Just take me like 3 seconds. It's in the freezer. All right, I'm back. How to get one of these puppies. You remember these? You guys ever have those? On occasion, very rarely, my mom would go to the grocery store. She'd get a box of those. And I could only have like one every so often. It was very rare. But now I'm an adult, and I have my own grocery budget, and I realized recently, wait a minute, having my own money means that I could literally eat fruit roll-ups for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the rest of my life if I wanted to. I'm not saying I'm going to. I'm just saying if I wanted, I could do that. Same with these puppies right here. If I wanted, I could buy 60 boxes of these and just eat them all month. So anyway, yeah, I have like 2 boxes in there. Let's keep listening.
Warfare, combination. Explain what it feels to you in the spirit just to be functioning there.
Well, we know that God equips those he calls.
Yeah.
And I'm very aware that he is equipping me with something for the specific situation that I'm facing.
There you go.
I don't have to struggle trying to find my way through it. He's my dependable God.
And so you do feel like Holy Spirit is there, help is there, whenever you would be in whatever, you're arbitrating in a session or something, you feel like the Holy Spirit is there working with you.
Get help if you believe that. Seriously. If you are sitting there thinking to yourself, God is in this room with me and I'm just letting God make the decisions. I'm not even making the decisions. Get help, okay? You don't belong in government if that's how you view the world.
Yes, now it's one of the 3 branches of government. There's a huge number of employees and elected officials, a huge budget. So there's a lot going on, a lot of moving pieces, and you need guidance to be able to handle all that. And I'm thankful that he is faithful to provide it.
You need God to handle that? Sorry, hang on, I'm chewing. Damn it. Is he saying you need God to handle running the government? Like just the day-to-day of running the government? No. You just need interns and stuff. Like, I don't understand. This is insane.
And part of your journey, of course, is knowing the Lord. Tell us briefly just when you came to know the Lord, when you became a believer, a little bit about your family. You're married, your wife, just a couple of things like that.
Well, I will tell you that because of a wonderful Sunday school teacher, I came to the Lord early in life.
Because of the wonderful person that brainwashed me early on, I was stuck in this from the beginning.
But when I got to college, I drew away from that.
That happens. Yeah, education always pulls people away from their ridiculous beliefs. Totally. I buy that.
And maybe something you'll understand. I had a international fellowship and studied abroad, and I began to get lonely.
Yeah.
In a community where I didn't know the language perfectly, and nobody else could speak English back to me.
So you were serving where? I mean, you were going.
Yeah, I guess he's a missionary. I don't know which part this is or if I've mentioned or what, but Johnny Enlow was a missionary kid when he was younger. His family was part of a cult, and he helped his family get out of the cult. He helped them come to the realization that they were living a lie. And my God, you gotta give mad props to the dude for that one, right? Respect.
School where?
In Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I've been there.
Yeah, that's where Enlow was, I think.
Have we been there?
Yeah, so I found consolence in the large cathedrals there. They were empty, and it was a wonderful, quiet place to go and just sit before the Lord and pray. And it began to pull me back. And I will say that the relationship that the Lord set before me with now my wife helped draw me even deeper back.
I mean, when you're separated from society completely like that, in a cult, in an area that you're completely unfamiliar with, that you don't know anything about, yeah, of course, it's going to, like, trap you into this deeper. Yes. Is there any surprise about that? Hold on, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. By the way, check out my book, owenmorgan.com/book, Understanding Jehovah's Witnesses. It's actually written for people who don't know anything about Jehovah's Witnesses, and it's good for Christians who want to understand how Jehovah's Witness doctrine is incorrect, what they get wrong, what they get right, if you're curious. Take a look. Oh, it tells my story, too, and I reveal some things in there that are not public yet. I think I may have said it once on stream, but yeah. I also wrote a second book. It's the last chapter of the first book, so you only have to get the first one. You don't have to get the second book if you get the first one, but the second book is about 60 pages long. It's a little thinner. It's a small thing. And it's 100 questions for Jehovah's Witnesses. Kind of like the CES letter for Jehovah's Witnesses. So check it out. owenmorgan.com/book.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And how many years have you been married?
42.
Awesome. And you would say you came to the Lord, like when it stuck for good, at how long, how many years ago? Or
he's asking him closed questions. Johnny Enlow, it seems to me, probably isn't used to interviewing people. He's supposed to ask open questions. Closed questions. When did you get married? What year were you born? What is your name? Those are single answer questions. Do you like rap music? Do you like, yes or no types of deal. Open questions are more, open questions are questions that can be expanded upon by somebody. Like, what made you decide that you wanted to be a part of, this specific religion? What was that decision like when you decided to go to Brazil or whatever? Or what was Brazil like? Those are open questions, and Johnny just keeps asking closed questions, weirdly.
42.
Awesome. And you would say you came to the Lord, like when it stuck for good, at how long, how many years ago?
See, another closed question. He just doesn't know how to interview. Interviewing is a skill, guys. It's hard. That's why I don't do it on my channels. There are a bunch of people I would love to interview. I would love to give exposure to, just for free. Kevin Boyle, leader of the SSA. I want to work with him. I want to bring him on. But I'm just not a good interviewer. I'm just piss poor at it. It's hard.
Or at what age?
It was probably 43 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, and now the conversation just ends because it was just a closed question. He's got to ask him open questions. What was Brazil like?
That's good.
and it's revolutionized my life.
And the interviewee feels awkward now because he doesn't know what else to say because the interviewer isn't like leading the conversation at all.
Here I was, just an attorney in private practice, and once I made that commitment, I saw my path beginning to change dramatically in directions that I had never envisioned, never desired.
Wow.
And especially a judgeship. That was never on my radar.
Until you came to the Lord, then it's kind of a redirecting.
Even after I came to the Lord,
Yeah.
it was not on my radar. He had to sovereignly move me into it.
Well, so
now he's either going to make a statement or he's going to ask another closed question, I bet. That is just showing that he's not very good at interviewing, unfortunately. Like, can't blame him. Like I said, I'm not either. Just saying, it's a skill you have to learn.
You became an attorney before you knew the Lord.
Yes.
Closed question. Yes or no answer.
And so you being there is when he then began to do the work on your heart and begin to make his ways clearer and clearer before you.
Yeah. Yes or no question. Another closed question.
But even the path that I took for education was clearly his hand in retrospect as I look back at it, because I was a history major. And my last semester in college, I decided I didn't want to spend my life in academia. And so I decided to go to law school because there were...
What, are you kidding me? Last semester of undergrad, I decided I didn't want to spend my life in academia, so I went to law school instead. What? Law school is notoriously one of the most, what's the word I'm looking for here? One of the most draining, difficult experiences you can possibly have in academia. My wife is in law school right now, and it is insane how much time and effort has to go into everything that she does. It's nuts. Not fun at all. And she feels like she's been in academia for like years at this point. She has. She's been in academia for 7 years. 7 years. That is a wicked long time, right?
more options with a law degree. But that was his plan to get me into law, to then guide me to where I am now.
That's fantastic. So when you get...
I bet it's going to be another closed question. You ready for this?
When you get, it's not ordained, it's called to be Supreme Court Chief Justice of Alabama, but there's some Supreme Court justice that comes in to do that. Is that correct? Or
well,
is that correct? Or yeah, just yes or no question.
The term is invested. Just like the Catholic term vestiments.
There we go.
Yeah, the vestiments of the judge, the robe, is put on you. So that's the investment.
Well, and what I understand is that was pretty special. I consider a very special individual.
Well, I did something that's never been done in my state. I went to Washington, D.C. to the U.S. Supreme Court and was sworn in by Justice Clarence Thomas. And that was 19 years ago this month.
Well, that is just awesome.
Yeah.
Is that true? Do state Supreme Court justices have to be sworn in by federal Supreme Court justices? Interesting.
It had to be special for you to get that privilege of going there and having him be the one doing that.
Well, because I was so interested in constitutional rights.
Yeah, see, Enloe does not know how to interview anybody. He keeps every single question he asks is a closed question. I haven't heard a single open question from him yet. And this guy just it keeps trying to keep the conversation going. It's a struggle.
Constitutional liberties. I wanted to be connected with somebody who is known as a fierce defender of the Constitution.
That's another mistake in interviewing, when you interrupt somebody, even if you're acknowledging what they're saying, even if you're saying, yeah, totally, Don't do that when you're interviewing somebody. Keep your mouth shut when they're talking, because it's a distraction from what they're saying, it's hard to hear the other person. I don't know why I'm giving tips on how to interview people, but anyway, it's interesting.
Constitutional rights, constitutional liberties. I wanted to be connected with somebody who is known as a fierce defender of the Constitution and is trying to get us back to the original meaning.
So that.
Yeah, so the original meaning, I don't know what the original meaning was. Well, I do know. I know what the original meaning of the Constitution was. I know what the original founders intended when they wrote it. But you know what? I don't really care that much. You know what I really care about? I care about society today, now. I care about what's happening in front of us. And you know what I see happening in front of us right now? I see kids dying every single day in attacks on schools for no reason. Well, the reason is really because right-wing extremists absolutely refuse to pass any kind of gun legislation at all, under any circumstances. Now, is that what the original framers of the Constitution wanted? No, it's not. It doesn't even imply that that's what the framers of the Constitution wanted. But even if it were the plan of the original framers, I don't care. It's wrong. It's ugly and violent and evil, and we live in a different world now than we did then. We must adapt and grow and change and improve. We have to fix the society that we live in right now. We have to make it better than it was before. So I don't care what the original framers believed. Even though they even though they agree with me, I don't care what they believed. We need to fix our situation that we're in now. Originalism is stupid.
Constitutional rights, constitutional liberties. I wanted to be connected with somebody who is known as a fierce defender of the Constitution and is trying to get us back to the original meaning.
So that's why it's really significant to you, because there's an alignment there with what's a passion for you as well, the constitutionalist aspect of it.
Well, because we are elected, we have to move in the political circles in our states. And
that means he has to engage in politics, I guess.
The new term that I keep hearing over and over again is, I'm a constitutional conservative. It's a growing use of that phrase around the country, and it explains well what I want to be.
Okay. So you like it. You like that terminology.
Yes.
You're not
Another closed question, if you notice.
complaining about that terminology.
Not at all. I think it's very depictive.
Yeah. Well, that sounds right to me.
Yeah.
Constitution.
Depictive? It's very depictive? The hell does he mean by that?
I think it's very depictive.
Yeah. Well, that sounds right to me.
Yeah.
Constitutional conservative.
Yeah.
And so tell us just anything more about your process as well.
There you go. That's an open question.
Process with the Lord, getting there, how you approach important cases. Is that what we call them? Cases that come before you. I know you're always doing things we wouldn't even be able to be talking about right now. But how do you approach that?
Well, I have to say, as Chief Justice, my role has increased so much that I've had to have an enlarged staff to help me with it.
Okay.
Because on my court, we're not.
And of course, he only wants to hire the most extreme of the most extreme nutcase Christians, right? On his staff?
9 justices, and they sit in 2 different divisions, 5 and 5, which means I, as Chief Justice, am the odd one who goes to both divisions. And so I have to sit on all the cases, and I have to have well-trained staff attorneys assisting me. So I'm very careful in where I get my staff attorneys.
I mean, if he discriminates based on religion as the Chief Justice, which I think it's pretty clear he does, right? That's what he's saying. That is the most grotesque, evil violation of discrimination laws that I have ever heard. Is this guy, like, admitting to discriminating against people, discriminating based on religion? Hold on. 1431. Wait, let me write this down. Enloe interviews Tom. What Tom Parker? Alabama Chief Supreme Court Justice. Tom Parker admits to discriminating against people for religious reasons. I mean, not that it's going to do any good to find out that he discriminates. Not that it even matters. I mean, even finding out that he straight up discriminates against people. Even if he came out and said, yes, I hate Muslims, and I will not have somebody who is a Muslim on my court. There's pretty much nothing that would be done about it. I mean, there's plenty that could be done, but nothing that would be done about it at this point, because dominionists, Christian nationalists have such a stranglehold on the system that we're under right now.
Awesome.
And I have to say that I go to the deans of the law schools that I respect, that I know are going to train them with the foundational skills and knowledge that.
So he's saying he goes to the deans of far-right extremist law schools for his interns. That's messed up.
I won't. And I get the dean to recommend the students for me, because I don't want to be misled by somebody who's great at an interview.
Ah, there you go. I get the dean to make the decision. That way, it's not my fault if my entire staff is made up 100% of right-wing nutcases. It was the dean that made the decisions for me. I didn't make the decisions. That's how he gets around the, what do you call it, like the anti-discrimination laws. He seems to have found his way around it. That's just disgusting, dude, honestly.
Yeah.
But not good otherwise.
So there's certain schools that you know that you appreciate more than others.
Oh, yes.
Liberty University, I imagine. Started by Jerry Falwell, then led by Jerry Falwell Jr. for a while, till that changed.
Yes.
Is that something you're allowed to tell? Or?
Well, I will tell you that personally, I went to a very well-known national law school. And during that process, we never read the Constitution.
Wow.
We only read what judges said about it.
Yeah, that's because we live in a system, a common law system, of course. We read what judges... Okay, this is a joke. I'm sure that he has read the Constitution. I'm sure he read the Constitution in law school. But even assuming that he didn't, what the Constitution actually literally says is described in the case. And judges make decisions about how the Constitution should be interpreted. It's called common law. And it doesn't exist in every country. Like Russia doesn't have a common law system. In the United States, we have common law where judges interpret the Constitution or interpret the laws and decide whether they are allowed to stand or whether they are constitutional or whether they violate people's rights or whatever. And if the judge decides that this law is unconstitutional or is not fair or otherwise discriminates or hurts people or whatever, then he makes it illegal. He says the law cannot stand. He shoots it down. He removes it. He changes it. That's common law.
The Constitution.
So, yeah, okay. You never read the Constitution? You read parts of it when you were reading decisions that were made in common law. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, he's just completely full of shit here. Are you trying to tell me you're upset that you didn't sit down and read the Constitution word for word and study it like it was the fucking Bible? Is that what you're saying? Why would you sit there and read the Constitution like it was the Bible?
Wow.
We only read what judges said about it. I had never been exposed to who Sir William Blackstone was, who is the source of the philosophy of America and
William Blackstone, is he a British common law judge? Let me step back.
Who is never been exposed to who Sir William Blackstone was.
William Blackstone. Okay, he was an English jurist, justice, and Tory politician, most noted for his commentaries on the laws of England, which became the best-known description of the doctrines of the English common law. Okay, let me tell you something about law school, something that I know because my wife is in law school. When you enter law school, you have to basically choose between 3 different types of law that you want to take part in. You have to choose to either do big law, which is like, big corporate law, like work for Disney, suing Ron DeSantis or whatever, That's big law. You make tons of money that way, millions. Or you work in public interests. That's like civil rights. That's the ACLU. That's American Atheists, FFRF, that type of deal. Or Planned Parenthood, working as their lawyer. Or you work in criminal law. Those are the 3 types of law that people work in. And as you go through law school, you choose which classes you take based on the type of law that you want to enter later. Now, this guy seems to have, I don't know what, probably not big law. I would guess he's a justice, so criminal law? I don't know. I'm not even sure. In some, in big law classes, you want to go work for Disney or something, they will give you international law classes so that you understand how international law interacts with U.S. law, with modern U.S. law. In those classes, they would absolutely talk about Sir William Blackstone. Otherwise, why would anybody care about Sir William Blackstone? This guy is apparently pretending that, law schools all suck? Am I reading this correctly?
Who is the source of the philosophy of America and the Declaration and the institutions of America and the Constitution.
That's not what I read. I read that he was a philosopher, and he was the source of some British common law, and he was a far-right conservative nutcase. He was a Tory. He was a Republican, effectively. He was like an English Republican, basically. He was the UK version of a Republican. So, yeah, I don't know why he would, expect to learn about that guy when he had little to no effect on the U.S. legal system, and he wasn't going for international law. Like what?
And so I purposely went to a local law school that did have a foundations of law class and audited the class. So
Oh, wait. So you're telling me you took the class that would teach you about that? So you're saying there is a class that teaches about that, huh? Interesting. What's he complaining about then? The class existed. They do teach you about that. Is he complaining that, like, it's not mandatory? Like what? I don't know.
I could be exposed to what I had missed in my law school education. And it's been remarkable, the impact that it's had on me. And that makes me want students who've had that type of exposure at the beginning of their law school education. So,
okay, so his excuse for discriminating against people based on religion is he wants people who have taken certain types of classes, and you can only get these types of classes at this law school, this super ultra Christian law school, because it's completely pointless otherwise. So he calls these law school deans up that only or that are the only ones that have this class that teaches this one thing. That's his way of discriminating. I want students who understand these principles or who took a class on this guy. He calls the dean up, and the dean discriminates religiously on his behalf. That's how he does it. That's how he gets around the laws. That makes sense. I get that now. Wow, dude. The guy's laying out his explanation for how he discriminates against people based on religion. That's fascinating. I'm going to have to clip some of this out. Talk about it later.
I go to those law schools that provide that.
Well, and we have seen over the last 2 or 3 years with everything going on in this country, with there seeming to be a lot of infringement on rights and other things that...
There have been no infringements on religious rights. If you believe that, you live in a fantasy land.
We are finding a real awakening towards getting back to the Constitution, not just wishing the judges did, but the individuals understanding those foundations themselves. And so, what do you think about that? That's being just a healthy thing to do for even someone not called to government, just really becoming familiar with the Constitution.
Well, I had something affect me dramatically in my last semester of law school. 2 of my classmates announced that they had new jobs writing new constitutions for recently liberated Eastern European countries.
That's actually pretty cool. That's really impressive, and that would be a deep honor. Wow, that's interesting.
And my response was not one of envy. They're going to be where the action is. It was, how can this work? How can our institutions work in another culture?
Well, our institutions wouldn't be working in another culture. He didn't say that these students were handing the U.S. Constitution to these people. He said they were writing a new constitution for these countries. Like what?
With a different history, a different faith foundation. And so that has led me to study intently the founding era and founders. I've done that now for over 45 years. It led me to read the original source documents that they were reading and to really begin to comprehend the impact that Sir William Blackstone and his 4 volumes.
What is his obsession with William Blackstone? The dude he was some philosopher from English law. We're in America. You realize that, right? And you realize he must realize that the law system in America is completely different from the law system in the United States. You know, there's an old joke in law school. Thanks to my wife being in law school, I've had some exposure to various different, law school jokes or law school discussions or whatever. There was a case forever ago where a group of people, I think it was like 4 people or something, are on a boat in the middle of the ocean, Somebody who knows the story better than me is going to correct me in the comments, I hope. So they're on a boat in the middle of the ocean. They're going to die. They're out of food. They're out of everything. And so they all get together and they have a discussion, and they decide that this kid, Parker, over in the corner, that was his name, Parker. He's like 25. He didn't have a family. He didn't have any kids. Parker wasn't included in the conversation, by the way. I'm sure you could have guessed that already. They decided that he would be missed the least by everybody, so they chose to eat Parker so that they would survive. They killed Parker on the boat, and they ate him. And guess what? They made it back alive because they killed Parker. So the whole thing, the case was, can you kill somebody to survive? Like, you're allowed to, in a life or death situation, you know, somebody is like holding a knife to you, for example, you're allowed to shoot them and kill them for your own safety. So you survive. If you're in a life or death situation, you can kill somebody to survive. That's true. But being on a boat in the middle of the ocean and actively choosing to cut somebody's throat and eat them raw, that's different, right? Eventually, I don't remember if this was an English law, common law decision, or if it was an American common law decision. I think it was American. It was from the late 1800s. But the decision was, it doesn't matter if you are if you're going to die or if you're on like the boat or not. It's irrelevant. You can't kill somebody and eat them like that. That's unacceptable. So now law school students like to get shirts that say eat Parker first. Kind of dark. Poor Parker, man. But you know what? Parker will live on in infamy. He'll be remembered forever. Anyway, I thought it was I love the little glimpses into like law school culture that I get from my wife, you know, telling these funny stories. Anyway, pretty dark. I mean, law school is dark. In all seriousness, it's very dark. You've got to read about some real dark shit. You got to read about the people's worst moments in their entire lives. The worst experiences that they've ever had. You know, they lost a leg or they lost their kid and now they're being sued because they this or that or whatever. Like, it's, you know, it's dark. It's hard. Law school is hard. So you got to joke about it where you can, right? Anyway. Eat Parker first. Maybe I'll get my wife a mug that says eat Parker first. I'm just checking out the chat here. Hang on. Don't forget, check out my book, owenmorgan.com/book. It's about Jehovah's Witnesses. I want you guys to take a look and give me your thoughts on it, okay? Ever looked into R.J. Rushdoony, influencer of the Seven Mountains movement, funds for the feline overlords Hail Bass? Appreciate it, Miracle. Hopefully you're still here. Sorry I missed that earlier. No, I haven't. R.J. Rushdoony? I'll have to look that up later. I'll write that down. R.J. Okay, got it. Seven Mountains influencer. All right. I'll take a look at that later and see what we got going on. Anyway. It's like saying we only did failing body problems. We didn't learn Newton's law of gravity. Yeah. That's a good point. You couldn't have studied the judge's rulings without also studying the text they were using as their basis for the ruling, says Robert Adset. It's like saying we only did It's like saying we only did falling body problems. We didn't learn Newton's law of gravity. Yeah. It's a completely nonsensical thing for this judge to have said. Like, what? He's an embarrassment. This guy is an embarrassment.
The commentaries on the laws of England had at the founding of this country.
I'm sorry, let me step back. Listen. Yeah, sorry. We're going to step back a little bit and listen again.
Over 45 years. It led me to read the original source documents that they were reading and to really begin to comprehend the impact that Sir William Blackstone and his 4 volumes of the commentaries on the laws of England.
Honestly, it seems to me like this is simply his way of discriminating legally. I don't believe that he even gives a shit about Sir William Blackwell. If he were that important, then he would be taught in more law schools, or his philosophies would be taught in more law schools. It seems to me that this dude is just looking for an excuse to go to these deans or whatever for their recommendations. Working as an appeals editor was dark. I had to read appeals that were being included in an online database format searchable by lawyers and preparing for court. Are you talking about Westlaw, probably? Yeah, I bet it's dark. Luckily for me, I don't really... dark doesn't bother me. I don't know what it is. I don't know why I can just kind of look at anything or hear anything, and it just doesn't bother me at all. It's just kind of weird. Anyway, I mean, I feel emotion about other stuff. I feel happiness and sadness and despair and fear and pain. I feel all that. So it's not like I have sociopathy or psychopathy or something. The dark stuff just doesn't bother me at all, is all.
Had at the founding of this country. In fact, I have become a collector of those, and I have a 1771 edition that was owned by James Madison.
Wow.
I have another one that was owned by John Adams.
Wow.
Our founding father.
Okay, John Adams was a nutcase. He was, the second, third president? I don't remember which president. He was one of the presidents, and he was a far-right Christian nationalist nutcase. John and Abigail. They wrote letters to each other, and the letters were insane. It's disturbing. But he was the only Christian nationalist in early U.S. history. Either way, even if everybody was a Christian nationalist in those times, only one was, but even if they all were, it still wouldn't be okay. We live in a society together. We all have to get along. We're a society built on diverse backgrounds and experiences and religions and races and cultures and everything's. We're all different. We all have to live together. This guy wants to force others to live his way. Don't forget, this guy decided unilaterally and for everybody in Alabama that frozen embryos from IVF treatments are children. That is so many levels of insane, I don't know what to do with it. Let me do another intro for this, because I'm not sure how far in we are, about an hour and a half. Okay, yeah, let me hit another intro real quick. This, on the right, this is Johnny Enlow. On the left is a guy named Tom Parker. I believe that's his name, Tom Parker. He is a Supreme Court, he's the Chief Justice for the Supreme Court of Alabama. And as a matter of fact, he just decided recently, I have the AP article here. Let me just read the AP article. February 22nd, 2024, the Alabama Supreme Court recently ruled that frozen embryos can be considered children under state law, raising concerns about how the decision could affect in vitro fertilization, commonly known as IVF. Hold on, where is it? So this guy that we're looking at on the left here is the Chief Justice on the court that decided that embryos made up of 150 cells, maybe, like that's a blastocyst, that might be even bigger than an embryo, are literal children and must be like protected as children. And if you dispose of 150 cells, I'm doing that right now, by the way. I'm disposing of 150, more than that, by far, by scratching my nose. If you dispose of cells like that are like embryonic cells, then you can go to jail for murder. That type of thing. Dead serious with this. This is insane. This is the guy that did it on the left. And on the right, we have a Christian nationalist, a QAnoner. Johnny Enlow's his name. Honest, nice guy. But my God, is he like brainwashed into this bizarre cult. This Trump cult. He prophesied that Donald Trump was going to win in 2020. And when he was wrong, he came up with all kinds of excuses for why he was wrong. It was nuts. Anyway, let's listen to their conversation. Bound to be insane. This is not part one. If you haven't seen the other, don't sweat it. This stands independently of the rest. I'll provide context if it's missing. While we listen to them talk, we're going to play some Final Fantasy VII. It should just be in the background. Won't bother you too much if you never played it. I'm waiting for these nutters to start raiding sperm banks. You joke, but, well, maybe you don't joke. Maybe you're as dead serious as I am with that. I wouldn't be surprised. Outlawing birth control and miscegenation will happen for it. What's that? Sexual relationships or reproduction between people of different ethnic groups. Yeah, I agree. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I agree. It will likely happen before that. As a matter of fact, they've already brought that up. When I say they, I mean people within the Republican Party have already mentioned banning birth control. Hold on. Jackie Eubanks, a Trump-endorsed candidate. I believe she lost her race, but this was her campaigning for her race in Congress. I think she's a Michigan Republican is what she's running for.
You're a faithful Catholic, meaning you believe everything the church teaches?
Yes.
Everything?
Yes.
Everything?
Yes.
So you are, you see that the use of contraception is against natural moral law?
Yes.
Is destructive, a doorway to abortion, blah, blah, and all that and everything else.
Yes.
You see the whole, everything going on with Roe, for example, right now, and all the left, becoming completely uncorked, losing their minds.
That's a good saying, uncorked. I like that. Maybe I'll try using that, uncorked.
Question, they're saying they're coming after your gay marriage next. They're coming after your birth control after that and everything else. Well, you know what? Yeah. Absolutely.
Yes. So we need to make a plain statement of fact, which is the reason why the West is great is because Western civilization's underpinning is Christianity. You cannot have a successful society outside of the Christian moral order.
This is straight up Nazi shit. It's framed slightly differently. It's got different heroes and villains in it than the Nazis did by just a little bit. There are slight differences here, but it's Nazi ideology at its core, at its most basic.
And things like abortion and things like gay marriage are outside of the Christian moral order.
And the point is they want to, when I say they, I mean the Republican Party, the far right wing of the Republican Party at the very least, Trump-endorsed candidate for office. They want to ban contraception. They want to ban condoms. They want to ban birth control. Really. People joke. This is real. This is 100% real. Anyway, let's listen to Enlow, QAnoner, talk to our main man here, Tom Parker, who just so happens to be the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Alabama and recently decided that embryos made up of 150 cells are children.
Others were reading these things.
Yeah.
And the amazing thing is that Blackstone talked about the sources of law. What is law? Well, there's natural law.
By the way, I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna bother explaining Blackwell for the second part. I'm gonna move that intro around to an appropriate spot.
Our founding fathers were reading these things.
Yeah.
And the amazing thing is that Blackstone talked about the sources of law. What is law? Well, there's natural law. And it was created at the same time as mankind.
Wait, so Blackwell, some random English philosopher and jurist, believed in God, and he claims that he was the basis for American law? Okay, well, I simply disagree, good sir. He was not. Seems we're at an impasse.
But because of the impact of the fall of man in the garden, man's reason became corrupted and could no longer properly discern God's law from nature. So he had to give them the revealed law, the Holy Scripture.
This is what Blackstone believed? What was it? Sir William Blackstone or something? I'm having trouble believing a word out of these people's mouths, because Enloe on the right is a QAnoner, and if Tom Parker on the left is talking to Enloe, that means he's almost certainly also a QAnoner. So trusting anything they say is probably not a wise decision, but
give them the revealed.
But I don't know why anybody should care about Blackwell, or honestly, I don't know why anybody should care about originalism or what the Constitution was originally intended to say or whatever. Why does anybody care? We live in a society today that needs to be maintained today with today's standards. For example, they didn't have M16s or AR-15s back then when the Constitution was written. The Constitution unequivocally and beyond question says we should have a well-regulated militia. We already have that. It's the National Guard. There shouldn't be a gun behind every blade of grass, according to the Constitution. But even if it did say that everybody should be allowed to own a gun, they lived in a different world back then. We need to adapt to today. We need to adapt our understanding of the Constitution to what we are dealing with in today's age. Do you think the Founding Fathers could even conceptualize AI? Calculators didn't exist. By the way, I haven't been playing Final Fantasy VII for a second because there's a seizure warning coming up. Not yet, but I'll tell you guys when the seizure warning is here. So you can, I'll blur it, but just for the live stream audience, when you see this edited and cleaned up, I'll make sure there isn't a seizure risk. But for the live stream audience, if you're at risk of epileptic seizures, then look away when I tell you, okay?
Law, the Holy Scripture. And Blackstone says that these two are the foundations, the sources of law, and all laws depend upon these.
I don't care what Blackstone, Blackwell, whoever said. I don't care. So?
And if they're not in agreement, then they're not law at all.
You should probably look away from the screen now if you're susceptible to seizures. Just in case. It's about to... Yeah, here. Now. Look away. Okay. It was changed, apparently, in one of the versions to be seizure safe. Anyway, you're good. You can look back. All right, let's just step back and listen again now that the seizure warning's over.
And if they're not in agreement, then they're not law at all.
Wow. So tell us.
Oh, so I'm sorry. Is it Blackstone or Blackwell? Somebody keeps correcting me and I keep forgetting. Hold on. Wait, somebody corrected me. I'm looking for the correction. Where's the correction? It's Blackwell, right? Blackstone. It's Blackstone. Okay, it's Blackstone. Thank you for the correction there. William Blackstone. Okay. I don't understand why anybody should give a shit about William Blackstone or his belief that any government constitution or whatever should be in line with the Bible. I don't care. He's not even part of the U.S. history in any way. Why does anybody give a shit?
That's what our founding fathers were reading.
Well, that's why we need. Who was Blackstone? When was he around? What was his position?
He was like in the 1600s or something, right? And he was like an English dude.
Blackstone put together the first law school course in Oxford.
Okay, in England, right? So he put together a law school course in a completely different system. I don't even know if that's true. I have hard doubts, but okay.
And his notes were sold by the students because they were so good in describing this common law. And
right, common law was a new thing. It does not exist in every country. It did not exist in every country. Common law being the idea that judges can interpret laws and deem them legal or not legal based on an underlying document like the Constitution, for example. That is common law. So, try to give an example. So, for example, it's illegal to booby trap your house, right? So if it's obviously illegal for somebody to come in and try to steal your stuff, to burglarize your home, right? But if you set up a system where when somebody turns a doorknob and opens a door, a shotgun is tied to a string tied to the knob, which, goes off when the door opens and it kills that person. If the shotgun kills that person, you are liable for murder. You are not legally allowed to booby trap your house in that way. That was common law. That was decided by a court. That's not a bill that was passed through Parliament or Congress or whatever. It wasn't an executive order signed by a president. It was decided by judges because somebody really did booby trap their house and really did blow somebody's leg off. Like Home Alone style booby trap their house. And they sued the person. And the ultimate decision by the justices was, you can't do that. That's illegal. So it's now law, effectively. It is law. Even if it's not written down on a bill or an executive order, it is now law. And when creating common law, justices or judges or whoever will even write full drafts, 50-page. They'll write bills basically that explain their decision, why they made the decision, and they'll fill in gaps and everything. By the way, this box is locked, can't open it in FF7. It doesn't open. It was originally supposed to have the Titan materia in it, probably, but we don't really know for sure. Anyway, that's judicial review. Common law is a different thing. Hold on. No, judicial review is reviewing laws that were passed by somebody. Common law is creating bills out of lawsuits. Hang on. Okay, common law, the part of English law that's derived from custom and judicial precedent. No, I'm right. Rather than statutes, yes. Often contrasted with statutory law, yeah. Judicial review, on the other hand, is where Congress passes a law, or, well, no, let me think, is where a president writes an executive order, right? Like Donald Trump wrote an executive order to ban Muslims from entering the country. And the Supreme Court decides to review that order, that case, and determine that it is against the Constitution. No religious tests is what the Constitution says. That's judicial review. Anyway, common law is not part of every system. Russia doesn't have common law. It has judges. They just don't set precedents that way. They don't write new opinions or new drafts that become new parts of law, basically. Roe v. Wade was common law. It was a common law created by the Supreme Court that allowed abortion. If Congress chose, they could come in and write a bill that exactly mirrored Roe v. Wade, and there isn't a damn thing that the Supreme Court could do about it. Because at a certain point, the Supreme Court or Congress's will outweighs the Supreme Court and their common law, their judicial review stuff. Anyway. You said it right after I wrote that. Oh, okay. Anyway, yeah, let's just keep listening to this. Fine-looking gentleman. I don't know how else to say it. Fine-looking gentleman.
And so he began publishing in 1765, 66, 68, and 69.
1765 to 69, okay. And, of course, he was publishing in England, in Oxford, not in the United States, not even based upon the United States system. So I'm not really sure why we're even talking about him or why he matters so much to this guy that this dude is willing to only take interns or whatever, or employees, staff, who have studied Blackstone in a class. This is transparently a method of filtering out people who are not religious enough for him, right?
But he was in England.
Yeah, and it's all about the common law, which was the law in the colonies at the beginning. And in fact, in my state, we have a statute that says the common law is the law of Alabama unless expressly changed by the legislature.
The common law is the law unless expressly changed by the legislature. Okay, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't fully understand the repercussions of what he's saying. That may be good and that may be bad. I'd have to have a lawyer here to explain it. Damn, if only my wife was here, but she's at school. She's at school for like another 5 hours, sadly. Anyway.
And so did, say, John Adams and James Madison, you mentioned those two names, did they draw a lot on
No, not really. No, they didn't.
Blackstone's writings? Do you
Johnny Unlow is trying to find a connection here. Bro, there's no connection. Blackstone was irrelevant to the American system. He had nothing to do with anything at all.
Know that? If that's...
oh, yes. I can give charts comparing provisions in the charges in the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, you can give us charts comparing them, but you're telling me you don't have any evidence that they ever even mentioned Blackstone? You're telling me that you have no reason to think that they even knew who he was, aside from supposed charts that mirror whatever? Okay, go on.
Against King George. 2 certain pages.
Dude, they were contemporaries. They were alive at the same time and working and doing the same thing at the same time. What are you talking about?
Blackstone or the institutions and the rights in the Constitution. I have charts comparing it that I've put together to certain parts of Blackstone. Yeah. Yes, it had a tremendous impact. And the fact that I was not even told about Blackstone.
That's because he's irrelevant to American law. Are you serious? This is a joke, dude.
Law school, the man who was viewed as the source of the philosophy of America and the Institute.
No. He said himself his most influential writings were from 1786 to 89? Or was it 66 to 69? That is right around the time that the Revolutionary War happened. That is right when the Constitution was being written and ratified. Why would you think that, like, in two different countries, when phones didn't exist, when everything had to be passed by letter, and there was a lot of, like, hate between these two countries, that the framers of the Constitution, who were lawyers previously in the other country, why would you think they were getting information from some other guy? This is ridiculous. The whole thing's ridiculous. This dude's full of shit. Even with his knowledge of the law, he's just making things up brazenly. He's just lying, seemingly. He's right here. He's relevant, very relevant to American law. Okay, Blackstone. Contemporary law or the Constitution? Because that's what the guy is saying. Dude's saying that William Blackstone affected the framing of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. William Blackstone. Dude, my computer's running really slow. That's weird. I don't know why. Did William Blackstone affect the U.S. Constitution? Do we know if he affected the U.S. Constitution? Played an influential part in the drafting. Hang on. What is this from? What's this website? I don't know what this website is. .nl? What is .nl? I don't trust this website. National Constitution Center .org? I don't know what that is. I'm looking for .gov or .edu websites. Here's some scholarship.law.pitt.edu. University of Pittsburgh. Reading Blackstone in the 21st century and the 21st century through Blackstone? This is like a paper that somebody wrote. It's like 39 pages. Well, okay, I'm having trouble finding trustworthy sources, but you know what? I'll do some reading on this. I'll see if I can figure it out. And if Blackstone really did affect the Constitution, his ideas affected the Constitution, I will make sure that it makes it into the final video. Either way, just because, assuming these people are telling the truth, which I have no reason to believe, even assuming that Blackstone was a religious person, and assuming that, that the U.S. Constitution was built off of his principles, assuming those two things is still irrelevant. I don't care. What does that have to do with anything? Why do I care that Blackstone was religious? The U.S. Constitution is still a secular constitution. It was intended to be secular from the start. It does not matter if any of the framers of the ideas or the whatevers had anything to do with anything at all. It's irrelevant. Hang on, I'm looking. Blackstone also said that once a woman was married, she no longer had legal personhood. Wow. Fascinating. Nazism never had been, blah, 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 blah. Reading through. I lost all access. SCOTUS is far too busy with luxury vacations. Yeah, I really can't, like, I have no idea. I can't tell if Blackstone was influential or not. But again, whether he was influential in the formation of the Constitution, it's irrelevant. Okay? Was he a Christian? Were his ideas based on Christianity? I don't know. Like, all of these things are questions that I don't have the answer to. And this guy is just assuming the answers.
Institutions.
Oh, and he's using it as a basis to discriminate against people on the basis of religious belief.
Of America, that's astounding to me, and
wow,
that's how.
That's troubling, right?
Well, that's how philosophical waves through our society have corrupted even law, because at toward the end of the 1800s. Harvard was taken over by the Unitarians, and they wanted to introduce a study of law that emphasized the evolving nature of law. And
oh no, evolve. Did you catch that word, evolve? Oh my God, that's terrible. Evolve is an unacceptable word in this household. Not in my Minecraft server. Not in my Christian Minecraft server.
And so all of a sudden they abandoned the codes, the treatises, the black letter law.
Okay, I feel like the way that this guy is framing it is like, does everybody know who John Locke is in law school? Yeah, sure. We all know who John Locke is in law school. Have we studied him? Sure. I suppose that we've all read the 2 treatises of government. We all understand how that's affected the stuff. But have you really studied him? I feel like that's what this guy is saying. Have you taken a full class on John Locke and his 2 treatises of government and how that affected all of this other junk? If you haven't studied him in a full-blown class, then you're not worthy to be on his staff. It's that kind of thing. Yes, John Locke had some effect on the Constitution and on the way that the U.S. government was formed or whatever. Absolutely. He did, without a doubt. And yeah, he was religious too. But this guy is like hyper-focusing on this one dude. Like, why do I care about this one guy? And his influence on whatever. I don't understand why it's so important to him that his entire staff take a class on William Blackstone.
And went to what we call the case study method, just studying what judges said about the law. And it would change over time, so it was evolutionary.
Yeah.
Well, that's true, yes. What judges say about the law does change over time. Absolutely. That's true. What this guy is saying, I should really have a lawyer on to decipher some of this right now, because I understand what he's saying because I have a law student for a wife, but I don't understand much of it still.
And so what we see right now with the original intent interpretation being engaged in by at least 6 of our current justices on the U.S. Supreme Court.
The Republican justices on the Supreme Court is what he's saying, I think, because there are 6 of them.
Interpretation being engaged in by at least 6 of our current justices on the U.S. Supreme Court. They're going back to the original document, to its original intent, and helping to reestablish the foundation of this country.
No, they're not going back to its original intent or helping reestablish the original intent of the country or whatever. It's just completely made up. The guy's claim, fundamentally, if you're not familiar with what he's talking about, is that the original intent of the founders of the government, the U.S. government, the original intent of the framers of the Constitution is that it was a Christian government. That's made up. Simply false. No, it was their... Hang on. I got to remember how to do this. There's a specific set of... Wait, hang on. I'm trying to remember if I get... Yes, okay. I got it all correct. That's how you get Yuffie. I usually have to look that up, but I remembered this time. Anyway. The framers of the Constitution, the original people who started the government, were Enlightenment thinkers, which basically meant they were without God. They didn't need God in the equation at all. They wanted to... honestly, they wanted to like exclude God entirely because they understood that we live in an environment, or we live in a government which includes people from all different backgrounds and stripes. So they tried, the framers of the Constitution, they tried to write a constitution that would make it so that people would be able to live in harmony together regardless of race or religion or creed or whatever. That was the goal. And here we sit listening to this guy completely twisting it around, changing the meaning entirely, warping the original goals out of proportion. And either way, once again, I say, I don't give a shit what their original goals were. They line up with what I want, secularism, but I don't give a shit. If their goals weren't secularism, I would have a problem with that. We should live in a secular government.
And it really just seems like that's of supreme, speaking of Supreme Court justice, supreme importance to go back to that. If not, you can just sort of just make the law as you go. You have a case study where somebody drifted for a moment, and like that becomes like you go from here and your standards here, then your standards here and your standards here. And so that's clearly how we've gotten into a lot of trouble in this nation.
We've gotten into a lot of trouble in this nation because the standards have changed. I guess standards should stay exactly the same no matter what. That's what he's saying here. He's complaining that culture changes, that standards change, that ideals are different, that women are allowed to have credit cards. Originally, they weren't. Hell, originally, women weren't allowed to have bank accounts. They weren't allowed to own property or anything at all. And just in the 1970s, that changed. Okay, your parents probably remember a time when they weren't allowed to have credit cards. And that's, they're complaining about that right now. That's what they're doing. They're complaining about it. They don't like it. They want to live in a world, apparently, where that perfectly mirrors the founding of the country, that perfectly mirrors what the U.S. looked like in 1776 or 1789 when the Constitution was ratified.
Even in the title of your ministry, Restore.
Yeah.
It's restoration to the founding principles so we can get back into proper alignment.
Well, that's the problem. The founding principles were not Christian nationalism. Oh, God. I just realized I don't have manipulate, and I need manipulate to... Anyway. I was looking for that guy, but I don't have manipulate. The only reason that this guy would want to get back to founding principles is because he thinks that the founding principles were Christian nationalism incorrectly.
And function as we were intended to as a nation.
Well, this is fascinating. This is awesome. Yeah, we watched, Elizabeth and I watched...
Elizabeth is his wife. Yeah, it's only awesome because he wants a world in which women have to wear head coverings and shit. Where basically he wants the Christian version of the Taliban to control the government, effectively. That's the only reason that Enloe seems to think this is awesome. My God, dude.
I think it was a John Adams series, I don't know, the Netflix series or whatever, and really got to appreciate him more. You know, you try to look what the documentary's telling you and check it with what appears to be history.
Well, yeah, they picked John Adams for that documentary, I'm sure, because John Adams was absolutely psychotic. He was nuts, dude. He was a Christian nutcase. Do absolutely anything to cram Jesus down everyone's throats. It was weird. He was like the only one in the early government like that, too, or one of the only ones.
But it seems like he was a very, very key figure and did us good with what he brought to our government foundations. Would you say that? Is it something you look up to in some way?
Oh, he didn't. Yeah, he was one of the founding fathers, I suppose. He was one of the early presidents, and he was also a Christian nutcase, but he was pretty much the only one. He was certainly the most fervent nutcase. Every other founder wanted to build the U.S. government on a secular foundation, and that is what it was built on.
Yes, well, he was in charge of the Committee of Five for drafting the Declaration, and he appointed Jefferson to do the initial draft. And so he has had a profound impact on this country. He and his wife would write letters back and forth.
Yeah, Abigail, we have all of their letters, and Christian nationalists love to lie about the letters and about the founders and make all kinds of ridiculous claims based on those letters and so on and so forth. That's why he's mentioning the letters.
Profound impact on this country. He and his wife would write letters back and forth full of scripture.
Wow.
She was the daughter of a pastor, and at that age, during that era, it was not common for women to have education, and she.
And he wants to go back to that. He just said it wasn't common for women to have education at the time.
It was.
And he seems to want that. He's talking, this entire thing has been about how he wants to get back to the originals, the original intent, what it was originally like. Are you kidding me?
It's not common for women to have education, and she was a wonderful exception to that because her letters are worth reading even today.
Well, that is really amazing.
They were just psychotic. All of her writings, all of John Adams' writings, they were just psychotic.
Well, do you have like some words you could speak to? Our listeners and followers are going to be people who understand our message. The Restore 7 is, okay, it's about restoration. We need to be willing to show up.
The reason that it's Restore 7, I know some people may not get it. Was Restore 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 already taken? No. Restore 7 means restore the 7 mountains mandate. Restore power to Christian extremists. That's what it means.
In the difficult place, not just show up and have a, wonderful Sunday meeting and like that was good. I checked off my spirituality, but be willing to do what you're doing, which is it's actually going to the trenches as well. I'm talking about the presence of the Lord that's there, but that's also where the enemy has brought his strongest strongholds. But is there like anything the Lord gives you to give, or just out of your own?
Is he asking him to prophesy right now?
Thinking and processing for young people or whoever might be watching us to.
Okay, maybe he's just asking him to give young people advice.
That they would begin to resonate with something you're saying of how to know the Lord's beginning to pull you towards that. Or is there something you can, is that just has to be so supernatural and divine that there's no way, just anything that would come from you on that, I think would be helpful.
Well, as you've emphasized in the past, we have abandoned those 7 mountains, and they've been occupied by the opposite side.
My God, dude, they've been occupied by the opposite side. I don't know which part we're in now, so I'm just going to say this again. That when they're talking about the 7 mountains mandate, Restore 7, that's the title of his podcast or whatever. The 7 mountains mandate is, it started as a conspiracy theory about Jewish people taking over the government. It was a conspiracy about how they were going to take over. All the way back in 1902 in Tsarist Russia, it was fabricated by, likely, the predecessor to the KGB. The Okhrana is what it was called. And the plan, according to this document that supposedly came from, like, the leaders of the Jewish community, the secret, the cabal, if you will, you know, the secret, what's the term I'm looking for here? The secret elders of Zion, the leaders of Zion or whatever. No, it was completely made up. But anyway, the book outlined the Jews' plan for world domination that was completely fabricated. And the plan was they were going to get Jews at the very top of the 7 areas of society. They're going to get Jews involved in government, in the economy, in the military. I don't, you know, all the 7 areas. I don't remember what they all are now. Well, somebody, I don't know who, somebody modern, probably Johnny Unlow, probably not. I think he's just a believer, not a, he's an influencer and a believer, not a fabricator. Lance Wallnau, maybe, I don't know who, but somebody read the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, found that little section about, like, the Jews' plan for world domination and decided to implement it in the United States. The 7 Mountains mandate is described flawlessly by Lance Wallnau, who is a dominionist, 7 Mountains dominionist, 7 Mountains mandate. Christian nationalist is what it means. He explains it here. This is from 2022, by the way.
3% of the population, roughly 3 to 4% of the population, are radical leftist elites.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
30% of the population are evangelical born-again Christians that are inclined to go towards Pentecostal language. I mean, we're really out there. 30% against 3%, but they neutralize the church because they're also in religion.
He's listing the 7 mountains. So originally, Jews were supposed to infiltrate the church and become pastors in the Christian church and teach about how great Jews are and stuff.
They changed the definition of marriage, so they've taken over family. They've totally taken over academia, so the education institutions are teaching leftist theology or leftist ideology and silencing conservatives.
Just fabricated.
They're controlling government right now. They've taken over legacy media, Hollywood, entertainment, and arts, and now they've got Wall Street. This is 3%.
So those are the 7 mountains, and that's the plan for the 7 mountains dominionists. 7 mountains mandate. That's the idea. These 2 people right here are dominionists who accept the 7 mountains mandate. If you don't know what a dominionist is, by the way, once again, I'm not sure which part we're in. Let me just explain. Dominionism comes in 3 parts, basically. 1, dominionists celebrate Christian nationalism and that they believe that the U.S. once was and should once again be a Christian nation. Does that sound familiar? In this way, they deny the Enlightenment roots of American society. Number 2, dominionists promote religious supremacy insofar as they generally do not respect the equality of other religions or even other versions of Christianity. You think that you're safe as a Methodist? You think you're safe as a Baptist, as a Catholic? Oh, no. These people don't believe that you're even Christian. You are effectively an atheist in their eyes if you're a Methodist. You must be an evangelical, their brand of Christian. Number 3, dominionists endorse theocratic visions insofar as they believe the 10 Commandments or biblical law should be the foundation of American law. And the U.S. Constitution should be seen as a vehicle for implementing biblical principles. It was really hard to get all the way there while reading in the game. Anyway. That's what a dominionist is. And on top of being a dominionist, these people are 7 mountains dominionists, which means they believe all of that, and they want to take over the 7 mountains in the name of dominionism or whatever. That's the idea here.
In those 7 mountains.
So when you hear him talk about 7 mountains, that's what he means.
That would come from you on that, I think would be helpful.
Well, as you've emphasized in the past, we have abandoned those 7 mountains. And
you know, church, family, what is it, like military, economy, government, so on and so forth, whatever those 7 mountains were.
They've been occupied by the opposite side. And so if you are called of the Lord to be on one of those mountains, I urge people to make sure that you and your spouse are in agreement on this, because you're going against resistance, and it can be tough at times.
You know, it's hard to be a YouTuber. Like, sometimes people like attack you for absolutely no reason. For example, like in West Virginia, you know, my kid's health teacher was preaching the Bible in health class, talking about God and the Bible and Jesus and all that junk, and we reported her. And Trump nutcases all came after me. It's hard being a YouTuber, you know? You don't know what you sign up for, necessarily. And if you get married to a YouTuber, you certainly do not know what you signed up for. Sometimes it gets really, really ugly. So, anyway.
But if you are united, husband and wife, and you're united with your Lord, you can pursue that call and be effective.
I like that. When he said on the opposite side, we've given up the opposite side, we're not talking even left, right, liberal, conservative. We're talking the enemy. We're talking the darkness gets to prevail when light, those who are intrinsically motivated to advance the king and his kingdom and his way of doing things, if we decide, like, you know what, that's just something for somebody else. There's a whole denomination that doesn't permit their people to be involved in government at all. And so that's just like light saying, it's just too dark for us there, so we can't show up. And so that's an original problem there.
I think that separatist trend is diminishing.
So I guess they're talking about how some Christian denominations think that they shouldn't be involved in government. Is that right?
Darkness.
Hang on, let me step back just a little more.
Right. He said on the opposite side, we've given up the opposite side. We're not talking even left, right, liberal, conservative. We're talking the enemy. We're talking the darkness gets to prevail when light, those who are intrinsically motivated to advance the king and his kingdom and his way of doing things, if we decide, like, you know what, that's just something for somebody else. There's a whole denomination that...
I see. So he's saying that Christians should all be in lockstep on this. They should all be voting for the light side, God's side, which is, of course, Donald Trump in his mind. And if you're not voting for Donald Trump, then you've been taken by Satan, by the evil. This is insane. The original intent included the 2/3 compromise. Hey, that's a good point. You know, black people were considered 2/3 of a human being because they didn't want them getting too much sway or too much influence in government. Just disgusting, dude. Why would anybody want to go back to, like, the origins of all of this stuff? The only reason that they want to, quote unquote, go back to the originalists or whatever is because they are rewriting history to be one in which Christians founded the government, which is completely inaccurate. They can rewrite history to be whatever they want it to be. And by doing so, they can get what they want. They can justify Christian nationalism. They can justify warping everything completely out of proportion.
Doesn't permit their people to be involved in government at all.
Hold on, let me step back.
That's just something for somebody else. There's a whole denomination that doesn't permit their people to be involved in government at all.
I mean, Jehovah's Witnesses don't. Is that who he's talking about? Quakers don't allow their people to be involved in government, I don't think, or whatever, or military service or anything.
And so that's just like light saying it's just too dark for us there, so we can't show up. And so that's an original problem there.
I think that separatist trend is diminishing.
The separatist trend? It's a separatist trend for religious people to not, let me rephrase, for religious organizations and pastors to not try to coerce or push their people into voting for specific candidates. It literally says in the in U.S. tax code, you are not allowed to endorse or oppose specific candidates or parties. This guy is literally, right now, he's going against what U.S. law says.
You know it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
We can feel that, we can sense it in around our world just because we get feedback, and it's a few years ago, so it was great to hear from you originally, to know you're there and have someone to pray for in that not that we were coming, as so y'all know, we weren't going there praying for him, but just from our own place here, we're like, okay, Lord, you have an asset for your kingdom. And again, we consider that an asset just for that which is good, which is righteous in our nation, that which is constitutional.
I don't know. Is he saying that this guy, the Chief Supreme Court Justice of the Alabama Supreme Court, is an asset of God? I think that's what he's saying.
So that is wonderful. Well, tell us anything else that comes to you that the Holy Spirit might stir up in you, or that comes to mind. And then before we're done, I'm just going to ask you to pray for others, but just anything else.
Well, Johnny, I will say that God created government.
No. Man created government.
And the fact that we have let it go into the possession of others is heartbreaking for those of us who understand, and we know it is for him.
This is psychotic, dude. Okay, hang on. 2759. 1 second. I'm sorry. I have to take a second. Wait. 759. Hold on. I'll put 2745. Government was created by God, and it's been taken over by man, and that's sad. Sad. I'm gonna clip that out later. That is psychotic. All right, in a second, give me just 1 second to try to do this. ABXY. All right, hang on. I can't play the music or they'll give me a hit. Sephiroth has one bad day at work and suddenly everyone else has to hear about it, right? I think you sent that when the fire was raging. Thanks, David Hashman. Done hot. Okay, here we go. X. B. Y. A. X. And now I just chill. I don't want to be higher than this because this will be the most valuable prize. Just gonna wait. And I gotta do the final piece. The final finish strong thing. Give it a second here. Right, left, face left. B. Here we are. 80? Is that high enough? I hope that's high enough. I need an HP up materia. Yes, HP plus. Okay, good. Sorry, I had to just take a quick deviation to get that.
And that's why he is calling and equipping people to step back into these mountains right now. And as I said earlier, if he calls you, he's faithful. Yeah. He will do it.
Yeah.
If he calls you to be in government, one of the 7 mountains in the 7 mountains mandate, he's faithful. He will make sure that you get in or whatever. Okay. By the by, do not forget, check out my book, Understanding Jehovah's Witnesses, owenmorgan.com/book. I would appreciate that very much. It's pinned to the top of Twitch and YouTube, so give it a look.
And so respond with wisdom and proceed with wisdom, because the call is important and it needs to be accomplished for his glory.
Yeah. And that's so good. Are there any particular stands that you're making right now that are ones that you can, whether even if it's very general, that you can share?
So are you doing anything for the Christian nationalist movement right now that you can discuss with us?
Just things that are...
As the Supreme Court Justice.
We know one of the stands will be constitutional aspect of it, and anything else that you're able to share with the audience. We understand there are so many things you can't share, things that are in process. And
yeah, well, we can't discuss a case that's not
can't discuss the case. That's obviously, yeah. Justice, tell us.
Wait, was there a jump just now?
Case that's not
can't discuss the case. That's obviously, yeah. Justice.
There was a jump. Oh man, I wonder what was said in that little jump cut there.
Just tell us what gives you hope for our nation.
Right now, we're seeing a reversal of the problem that got us where we are now.
We're seeing a reversal of the problem. Okay, so what problem got us here is my question in his head.
And it was justices on the U.S. Supreme Court who didn't follow the Constitution, but rather imposed their own political views in the guise of cases on the country.
Okay, when he says didn't follow the Constitution, what he means is didn't push Christian nationalist ideals down people's throats. The Constitution is not Christian nationalist, and as a matter of fact, it is explicitly anti-Christian nationalist. The first sentence of the First Amendment of the Constitution says we shouldn't be basically, there should be no religion in government and vice versa. That's what it says. Now, it doesn't say it quite like that. It says, it says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. I assumed, as the Founding Fathers probably did, that people would get that, but apparently people are too fucking stupid to understand it. The Founding Fathers underestimated how stupid people are, I guess. So.
And it has just begun an unraveling of who we are as a nation. It damaged our institutions. But what gives me hope is that we have some very strong new justices on the court who have come to aid Thomas and Alito, who were already there. And
they're psychotic, absolutely psychotic, dude. I had no idea that Clarence Thomas was as psychotic as he was. His wife tried to take part in the insurrection on January 6th. That shit is insane. And she said all this shit. I don't know if you guys remember this. What's her name? Ginny Thomas? She was a part of a cult called Lifeway back in the 90s and escaped, worked with Stephen Hassan all the way back then to try to get free of this cult that she was in. It doesn't exist anymore. It was like a self-help cult kind of thing, from my understanding. Kind of like LuLaRoe or one of those others like that. Anyway, Ginny Thomas left that cult and joined a brand new one. believed, unironically seemingly, that there were barges off the shores of Gitmo to imprison traitors to the U.S. Constitution, people who are trying to prevent Trump from becoming the president. And we know that because we have text messages, her text messages. What the fuck is going through her head? That is insane on levels I cannot even touch. Anyway, yeah, it's just sad. Absolutely sad.
We are beginning to restore the Constitution as it was written, as it was intended, so that we can get back to what God gave us at the inception.
Yeah, I guess he thinks the Constitution was given by God. Wow. I wonder if he believes that Donald Trump deserves to be president, because Trump said we should suspend the Constitution to, insert him as the president. He specifically and explicitly said that on Truth Social. Suspend the Constitution to make him president. How does this guy feel about that one, I wonder?
We don't have to say that it's a Christian nation. It's our nation. It's the one that God gave us. And it's better than anything that's been imposed on us by these judges acting outside of their realm of authority.
No, they have that authority. It's called common law. They're allowed to make common law decisions. When he says it's outside their realm of authority, he doesn't mean that the government has not granted them the right to make these decisions. What he means is God has not granted them the right to make decisions. Roe v. Wade was against God in his mind. And for that reason, these judges went against their authority or whatever. When in reality, the Bible is actually in favor of abortion, not against it. This shit is insane to me.
The people did not confront what was happening. They submitted to it, and regretfully, we see the impact of that across society. But we have seen in the last 2 years that the current new majority of conservative constitutionalists on the U.S. Supreme Court are pushing back and beginning to chip away at the damage that was done, and will be restoring our Constitution.
So you see the trend going towards that way in our country at this time. So that's one of the things that's encouraging.
Yeah.
That is insane. This guy is saying he sees the trend of people in the government pushing Christian nationalism, and that's encouraging to him. That's what he just said.
Yes, and the president who appointed this new wave wanted to have younger judges with proven track records who could be there a long time. So this will not be just a flash in the pan. This will have long-term effects.
Agreed. Unfortunately, it will have long-term effects. The fact that Trump put in judges that are like in their 30s or 40s or something like that, right? They'll be there for like 40 years, some of them. That is deeply disappointing. And some of the judges, I mean, they're all Christian nationalists, all the justices that Trump put in. But some of them, like Amy Coney Barrett, she's from a cult, like an actual real full-blown cult, like an actual cult. I don't mean like Christian nationalist cult. That's a cult in its own right. I mean, she's from a group that like lives on a compound and does all kinds of weird shit. I forget the name of it now. I looked it up forever ago.
That's very good. So sort of related to that, and I think you covered it just a little bit. There's this phrase, Christian nationalism, that's going around right now, and you have, we'll say, non-Christians fear-mongering with it and saying...
There's no fear-mongering. I'm just stating exactly what you are saying, what you want. What do you mean fear-mongering?
Saying, you know, that there's these people that are really trying to take over and damage our country.
Well, you're trying to take it over and completely change it. Make it over in your image, in what you think it should be. Yeah, absolutely. Well, damage or not, it's like there's no reason to use the word damage here. It's kind of pointless. Dude is trying to, these people are trying to change it into what they want it to be and away from what it already is, which is a secular government. They want supremacy. In fact, I don't know which part we're in, so I'm going to play this again, but there's a video of Christian nationalists talking about their plan for Christian nationalism. It's right here. Let me show it to you. This is on Kenneth Copeland's Victory channel. This has got millions and millions of listeners every week. Massive influence.
They're not based upon fascism that Hitler was.
Christian nationalists.
I mean, that's not, yes, he wanted pride in Germany again. They had been decimated by the previous war.
Poor Germany, right? Just decimated by the previous war. Got a feel for those guys.
I mean, their inflation rate was astronomical, the Weimar Republic. Now, that's what a bad leader can do, but imagine what a good leader could do with nationalism or even Christian nationalism. I mean, if Hitler can do that, bad guy, imagine what a good guy can do.
For the record, there is no... For the record, there is no good dictator. It's an oxymoron. You can't be both good and also impose your will upon other people. That's the thing. This country was built upon a fundamental idea. This country and its laws built upon a fundamental idea. And here it is. Your right to swing your fist ends at the tip of my nose. You can swing your fist anywhere you want. That's your right. And I cannot stop you. Until you swing it right here at my nose. Then it's not you exercising your rights. It's you violating my rights. So the government has an obligation to step in. The police or whoever has an obligation to protect my right to not be punched in the face. By stopping you from swinging your fist at my face, your rights are not being violated. Mine are being protected. In the same way, these people don't want abortion to be possible. That is them affecting the way that I live my life. They want to force me to live my life in their image. So me getting an abortion is preventing them from living out their religious experience, apparently. I'm persecuting them religiously by getting an abortion. That's the idea. That's what they're laying down. That is the belief that they have. That is the premise upon which they've built their entire belief system. I'm not even joking. That's real. Don't let them twist it around. When I say them, I mean these two guys right here at the very least, among all of the other Christian nationalists that I cover. Don't let them twist it around. They're not being persecuted. They are attempting to persecute others by seizing control of the government and forcing you to live the way that they want you to live. They're trying to seize control of the government and ban you from getting an abortion if you need it. If your 10-year-old kid is assaulted, they're trying to ban you from getting her the abortion that she needs. If your wife is 18 weeks pregnant and finds out that the baby has no head, and if the pregnancy continues, she's literally going to die, They want to force your wife to have the birth anyway, even though it is not going to survive. There is no head, and your wife will die. You will lose a life in the process. They want to force her to have the pregnancy anyway, because that's part of their religious belief. They're trying to impose their religious beliefs upon you. Let me capture the audio. Well, damn it. It didn't really. There. Close enough. I'll get it in post. Anyway, the point is that they're complaining about oppression when they are literally the ones oppressing people. When all you know is privilege, equality feels like oppression. I've got a question. My aunt has now become a JW. What is the best thing that I can do? It's a tough question. All right, let me lay it out for you this way. I wrote a book called 100 Questions for Jehovah's Witnesses. I intend, once the book has paid for itself, once I've made enough money that, like, the book, I'm no longer in debt for the book, basically. I'm going to make it open to the public, pretty much. I'm going to make it available to everybody. That's my current plan. I really want to make it, like, I want it to make its money back first. But once I finish that, once it finally makes its money back, I'm going to get a Creative Commons non-commercial license so that anybody can read it or whatever. You just can't make any money from, like, selling it or anything. But that list will give people insight into Jehovah's Witness culture and how it's been twisted and warped and how it's wrong. And it will give you some ideas of questions that you can ask your aunt to kind of poke little holes and make her think, maybe. Now, like I said, if you can't afford it, I get that. That's fine. I mean, it's not even out yet. So just give it some time until the book is out. Let it make its, let the book pay for itself. And after a little while, I'll make it public. And you can use that. That would be my best advice. But you got to do it in a non-confrontational way. In a way in which she's not going to feel attacked for the things that she believes. It's the most important part. Anyway, all right, let's keep listening to these people. Just checking here. Could I tell Japanese translation of it under that could I sell a Japanese translation under that license? No. But you could translate it to Japanese and print 500 copies and give them out if you want. Just cannot sell it and make money from it. That would be against the rules. You can translate it to Japanese and work with me, maybe work out a price, and I'll pay you for the Japanese translation, and then, I'll sell that copy or something. Like, I don't know, I'd have to think about it. I haven't completely thought it through yet. The New York Times did an article on the judge. Subtitle, Chief Justice Tom Parker has long been revered by conservative groups as an architect for the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Really? Interesting. I didn't realize that, huh?
Through Christian nationalism, is there...
Step back a little.
That there's these people that are really trying to take over and damage our country through Christian nationalism.
He's talking about people who fearmonger, quote unquote, about others who are trying to take over the country through Christian nationalism. I mean, exactly what they've described this entire time, yes.
Sir, you may not have even think or may not even thought or even think through the grid of Christian nationalism, but why is this not something non-Christians need to worry about? Why is what's being called Christian nationalism, which the way I hear you describing is specifically just going back to what's right principles. That's what the Constitution was being built on. Well, just any thoughts?
Well, here's the thing. The government, this is a fundamental flaw. Okay, the government does not and should not weigh in on morals at all, to any degree. Morals shouldn't factor into the equation. Is it morally wrong to punch me in the face? Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Your right to swing your fist ends right here because human rights exist. My right to bodily autonomy, my right to safety and security are all sacrosanct. They cannot be violated. You punching me in the face, the government preventing you from punching me in the face is not a moral statement on the government's part. It's simply protecting my rights. That is the philosophy behind how the U.S. government should run. That is what the Founding Fathers originally intended. But this dude is, in another dimension where the government should be weighing in on morality, apparently. And he wants it to be apparently like the Christian morality.
On that.
Well, first, this is an undefined term that's being thrown around now.
Christian nationalist? No, it's defined. Everybody knows what Christian nationalists are.
Label people, and I have no idea what they mean by it.
Really? You don't know what a Christian nationalist is? Well, let me tell you. It's the same thing as a nationalist. It's basically fascism. It's basically what Hitler did to whip people into a blood frenzy, except it's used by Christians instead of, instead it's used by Christians for Christian ends instead of being used against Jews. It's being used by Christians.
Or what should be meant by it.
Does he really not know? He's a chief justice. Are you really that fucking stupid? You can't convince me that this dude is that stupid. He is not that stupid, right? He can't be. He went through law school. He spent 7 years in school, at least, maybe more. He cannot be that fucking stupid.
I do not see returning to the original form of government, the original meaning of the Constitution, as Christian. It's constitutional.
Oh, so you're saying that the original form of government was not Christian? That's what you're telling me? I mean, it wasn't, but he certainly thinks it was this entire time. That's all he's talked about. He apparently believes that the U.S. was a Christian nation originally. And suddenly it's not. Huh. That's convenient.
And we had an era of incredible founding fathers who debated at length and put together something that was a remarkable example to help turn the world.
Yeah, absolutely. But two things that I want to note about that. One, is he aware that the word God or references to the creator or whatever never at any time ever appear in the Constitution? Does he know that? Is he aware of that fact? No, that's number one. And number two, he is aware that, like, our society today is way, way more impressive and knowledgeable than it was all the way back then. Does he know that? Does he realize that we are leaps and bounds beyond where the founding fathers were as a society?
And it's remarkable that it has held up as long as it has in the face of the distortions. But as I said, I have hope that it can be restored. And it's our history. It's our foundation.
And I think in that you're saying in the Constitution, what was amazing about that is these great minds, they really went through all pre-existing systems and really found the defects in them. And
yeah, sure, absolutely. The founding fathers did write a truly incredible document. It was very impressive for them to have written the Constitution. I mean, South Africa wrote a constitution as well, recently even. It was like approved by Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Like she gave it her seal of approval. She said, wow, this is really good. There are lots of really good constitutions. And we could make the Constitution of the U.S. even better than it is if we could rewrite it or if we could change it in any way. It's not some special magical document like he seems to think. It's like he seems to believe that it's like it was given to us by God. I mean, he doesn't seem to believe that. He said he believes that it is a document from God that was given to us by God. How did this guy get on the Supreme Court of Alabama?
We'll just say attempted to create something, create a document, a way of thinking, principles that didn't have the fractures that were clearly evident in other nations because they're starting something new, isn't it?
The debates in the Constitutional Convention are phenomenal because several of those delegates had studied antiquity, and they...
Okay, Constitutional Convention, I believe, was the period of time when the Constitution was being created and debated, and all of that other junk. Philosophers and lawyers and so on and so forth were around and talking about all of this stuff. And there was a lot of really interesting stuff debated at the time, absolutely. And some of them did study antiquity, yes. Antiquity being the period of time between 500 BCE and 1500 CE, basically. Okay?
They were comparing one republic against another. What were the defects in one that caused it not to endure? What were the problems in another republic? They knew...
Yeah, all that was discussed, sure.
Historically, just a vast amount of previous history and learned from it and made modifications.
Yeah, absolutely. Guess what? Guess who knows more history than the people who debated things at the constitutional conventions? You know who knows more history than them? Us, in modern society. Name any history expert in the world right now. Any history expert. They knew more. They know more than they did all the way back then. You know why? Because they were mistaken about a whole bunch of shit back then. They had no idea what they were talking about, and they had no way to know. Today we have computers. Today we have technology that lets us, like, scan underground and find all kinds of crazy shit. We are way, way more knowledgeable about everything today than we were then. By orders of magnitude.
To the form of government that they gave us so that we could avoid those pitfalls of earlier republics.
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was super great. Thank you. Very nice. Good job, founding fathers. They were not ordained by God. The Constitution was not given to us by God, and they were not godly people. It was just a bunch of dudes who were really good debaters and lawyers and knowledgeable about history at the time. That's it.
Awesome. Is a way they can look up what your rulings are and find out on their own. Not really.
I have to tell you, once I got it out there, having an impact, I move on to the next one before me.
Yes.
So I don't know personally if there's some kind of site that kind of captures all of that.
Yeah. Anyway, you all can just imagine the things that we need to contend for, and he's probably, haven't asked him, but he's probably there contending for righteousness and good things, and so that's wonderful. Well, this has certainly been
psychotic. The word you're looking for is psychotic.
Just a lot of fun.
Okay, I suppose that's not the word I'd choose, but all right.
Learning, more than fun, but it's kingdom interesting.
It wasn't fun. It was kingdom interesting. Okay. That's an interesting term. Kingdom interesting. I like it. Boy, this was not fun at all, but it was kingdom interesting.
Learning a little bit about your journey, and you are in such a key place that we don't want to have any conversations that hurt you in any kind of way. And but we appreciate who you are in the kingdom, your commitment to the Lord, your commitment to righteousness, and in
Jesus, dude, these people need help. We don't want to have a conversation that could hurt you in any way, i.e., we don't want to have a conversation that could reveal you to be discriminating against others or something. Or we don't want to, like, reveal biases or whatever. Well, it's a little late for that.
In that, we're not saying it's simultaneous that the Constitution is on a par with the kingdom, but we know the Constitution was formed out of a lot of principles laid out by Jesus. We'll put it...
No, it wasn't. At no point in time did the Constitution ever mention the Bible or God or Jesus or the Creator or the anything at all. It was never part of the equation. The only time founding documents ever mention the Bible or any kind of religious anything at all, by the way, that was intentional, that they didn't mention any of that stuff. Only time that it was ever mentioned was the Declaration of Independence. And the reason it was mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, it says, our rights are given to us by our Creator or something like that. The reason it was said in there was to make the point that our rights are not given to us by anybody. King George did not grant us the right to free speech. The U.S. government does not grant us the right to freedom of press or freedom from search and seizure, unreasonable search and seizure, or troop quartering, or whatever other thing. Those rights are inherent. We're born with them. And when those are violated by government or anybody else, it's indefensible. Absolutely indefensible. Doesn't matter who does it. Doesn't matter who took those rights away or what their reasons were or whatever. It's indefensible, period. That was the point. It wasn't to say that, like, God gave us those rights. The point was that the rights were not given by government. But of course, these people just goes right over their head. They don't even understand. That's the only time God was ever mentioned in the founding documents intentionally. My God, people.
Put it that way. And if you could just lead us in prayer and thinking.
Holy shit, dude.
Those who might be watching that while they're paying attention in their spirit, they're like, oh my goodness, I feel like God's stirring something in me towards government, towards government in the direction that you're doing. Just whatever the Holy Spirit would do. And before I turn that over to you, we're asking him to pray for you. But you all know, in the position he's in, please, all of you that are out there, add, we'll say, is Justice Thomas Parker, Supreme Court Chief of State of Alabama. Put him.
Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Alabama is actually his title. And yeah, that he's absolutely psychotic. Aside from all of that, I think that Johnny is calling his listeners to be part of the mountain of government, i.e. run for office, and it's their responsibility as a Christian. That is straight up psychotic.
Supreme Court Chief of State of Alabama. Put him on your prayer list that God would cover him, anoint him, protect him.
Because if you don't, then God's not going to give a shit about this guy, of course.
He and his family, that's one of the things we got to do like never before in the body of Christ, is not just be able to have people who advance, but we need to know how to cover them in prayer and support them in that kind of way. And so I hope that from this day forward, Justice Parker would have thousands more that on a regular, I'm hoping that on a regular basis, you have a prayer army you didn't have before for what you've got to do.
Right, because prayer armies are what really seals it. Like, if people don't have prayer armies, then they're just screwed. That's the end of it. Because God only does things based on how many people pray for him to do it, right? So if a kid has cancer and his parents are praying for him to be healed, he's shit out of luck. He needs a congregation to pray for him rather than like his parents. Because God only gives a shit about it when lots of people pray. Okay, go on.
As well, but just as the Lord would lead you to just to pray for.
Well, let me say this first. We're told twice in the Psalms that righteousness and justice are the foundation of God's throne. That's pretty important if it supports his throne.
Very.
Okay.
In the Federalist Papers, Madison wrote that justice is the end of government.
Justice is the end of government. Weren't the Federalist Papers just like propaganda, like pro-big government propaganda, pro-federal government propaganda? I believe that's what it was. It's been a while since I've read about this or looked into it or whatever, but, you know, having a wife in law school, every now and then some of this information kind of slips through, so.
And in our own state constitution, the preamble says, we the people of the state of Alabama, in order to establish justice, that's the first responsibility of government. And that's what the court system is supposed to be doing.
Okay, well, I guess it depends on the court system, kind of, right? Because some court systems are like, yeah, all right, I guess court systems establish justice, sure, okay. I don't know what point he's getting to here. I mean, it doesn't mean that, like, the government should ever take a stand on morality. It means that people's rights should be protected, though, still, right?
Supposed to be doing.
Yes, but I will also say that access to justice is an incredible problem that we as chief justices across the country are trying to get our hands around.
Access to justice? What the hell does that mean?
Right now, 90% of the people that go into the court system are unrepresented.
Wow.
And
that can't be true. Is that true? 90% of the people who go into the court system are unrepresented? I mean, I know that there is a problem with representation because a lot of the time people will make like just over the line for having a public defender. Like they're not allowed to have a public defender because they make too much money, right? But they don't make enough to afford a public defender. Like that does happen sometimes. And I don't like, is that what he's talking about? I don't know. I'm not sure. And is it even true?
Around. Right now, 90% of the people that go into the court system are unrepresented.
Wow.
And
wow, 90%.
90%.
I don't even know if that's true. If that's true, that is an unjust system that we live. I mean, it's already unjust for different reasons, but yeah, I hope that's not true.
And it's in part because the cost of lawyers has gotten too high.
Yeah, and people, public defenders should be available to people no matter what, no matter how much they make. And it shouldn't be, they should be the best paid lawyers in the country. Hands down, public defenders should be. They should be the most qualified, the best there are, in my opinion. If people have a right to representation, they should have the best representation humanly possible. Billionaires should want public defenders, and our taxes should go to it, in my opinion. Like, if I got into some kind of legal trouble, say I was accused of murder or something, and I wasn't even there or whatever, I make too much money to afford a public defender, but I don't have enough money to afford a lawyer. I might have to go in like completely undefended. Like I'd just go in on my own. I don't know. No, as my wife pointed out, this is good advice for anybody. Law schools always have students who have to learn how to do this, how to go to court and everything. And they're always supervised by licensed attorneys. So if you ever don't have the money for a public defender, or you have too much money for a defender, but not enough for a lawyer, ask a law school about their clinics. Do you have like law school clinics? And they'll probably have some students who are willing to represent you under the guidance of a licensed attorney. Anyway, that's one good solution if you ever need help. Oh, and don't say a single word to anybody. Ever. No cops, no nothing, absolutely nobody, except your lawyer in private. You should never have anything to say to police. Your lawyer can say it to the police if it's that important.
But we've got to find alternative ways to meet their needs as they go through the system. And that's what I've been meeting with other Chief Justices about.
Okay, I can appreciate that. I like that.
Oh, see, now that's something that's really important. That's something to be praying into a lot.
Yes, absolutely. I love it. Something we can agree on.
What you're saying, and not to interrupt your flow there, but if 90% and it's about economic realities, it really means that the poor and needy are having the hardest time even getting their justice heard, their justice appeal heard.
Yes, and it might be just the wave of evictions or debt collections or something like that, but they still need to have somebody knowledgeable speaking for them.
Absolutely agree. 100%.
Yeah, that's what advocacy should be. But there are just not enough lawyers nowadays to meet those needs.
So could we use about 10,000 Kingdom lawyers, men and women of integrity, to be added to the mix here?
That would be a drop in the bucket only, because the numbers are startling.
100,000 then. We need 100,000. So some of you out there.
Yeah.
And yeah, that goes for you guys too. Anybody listening right now, if you can swing it, if it's possible, go to law school. Fight for people's rights. This isn't good, like what we're dealing with right now with all these nutcases trying to use the law against people to impose a literal fascist dictatorship. Their words, not mine. A dictatorship in the name of Jesus or whatever. Get in there, because if you don't, they will. Okay?
Well, let's pray. I want to pray for you, the listeners.
Me?
Lord, we ask that you stir the hearts of those who are listening.
Yes.
And Lord, even if they don't feel it in their heart, that it will be a new burden that they're having to contend with and get their mind around that it's coming from you.
Dude, is this guy praying with his eyes open? I think you're supposed to pray with your eyes closed.
Yes.
And Lord, we ask that you burden us all with the importance of holding the line, pushing back the darkness, restoring what you gave us in the beginning. Call us to the place where you would have each of us serve, because it's not one person who's going to do it. As I'm meeting with my fellow Chief Justices from around the country, we all have a role in this. And each of you listening can have a role too, if you'll only listen to the Lord, present yourself to him.
I don't even know what he's saying. Like, what's he praying about right now?
And follow his promptings and commands.
Is he just saying he hopes people like follow God's promptings and commands?
Lord, I ask your blessings on all listening, that we can be responsive, obedient, and perform the duties that you would have us perform for your purposes. And we know it was your purpose to found this country and this form of government. And Lord,
once again, claiming that the U.S. Constitution was created by God.
Oh Lord, we regret that we've let it slip far away from its original form. Lord, restore the judges as in days of old, and your counselors as in the beginning. Then, because of that, you will be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city. Isaiah 126. Lord, let it be in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Like, you know, the Christian nationalist thing, that scares the shit out of me. But you know what scares me even more than that? That this guy knows Johnny Enlow. That means he's a QAnoner. Not only is he a Christian nationalist, he is a QAnoner. He believes in Q, and he believes that Trump is secretly this guy that... Blah, 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 blah. Is he a sovereign citizen? He might be. This judge. I'm sorry, not a judge. This Supreme Court Chief Justice of Alabama. Actually, what I should have said. Is he a sovereign citizen? I don't know. I know a lot of QAnoners are. That is some disturbing shit right there. Daniel M. Look at them putting copious amounts of effort into bettering your life. Okay, well, I appreciate the super chat. I'm not sure I fully understand the context behind that. But these people here, I don't think they're trying to better my life. I think they're trying to take over the U.S. government in God's name.
Oh, that was really good. Well, thank you so much for doing this, Justice Parker. And I do believe, I just feel in my spirit that we're going to be surprised just out of that prayer time and who this gets around to. They're going to hear the call from the Lord, that there's going to be just the ways the Lord, when he wants to speak to us, he knows, he has a way of getting his message. It can be really, really, unusual phenomenon, but it can just be, he won't let go of his voice on our heart. So there's all kinds of ways he could be speaking to many of you. But we so appreciate appreciate what you're doing.
Well, I guess that's about the end.
And we look forward to another time in the future.
Well, and we appreciate what you've done is focus.
What, being a QAnoner?
To another time in the future.
Well, and we appreciate what you've done is focus on what we have abandoned, what we've let out of our hands, and the other side has taken over. But you're
the other side, quote unquote, is not taken over. What the hell are you talking about? People just run the government. They just like help out, you know? They're just not nutcases for your cause. Just because people aren't nutcases for your cause doesn't mean they're fighting against your cause or some shit. Like, what?
Calling us back. You're giving us the overview and the vision that allows us to really contemplate what God is calling each of us to for our role in those 7 mountains.
7 mountains dominionism.
Thank you. Thank you. And there's a place for everyone. Nobody is secular. Everyone has a kingdom opportunity, a kingdom call. And so...
nobody is secular. I guess what? Nobody should want to be secular? Is that what he's saying? I don't know.
We're so excited about being...
By the way, secular means like without God. Like the government should be without God, right? The government should be in a situation in which it operates on its own without Jesus being inserted into it anywhere. We should live in a secular government. You know why? Because we have people from all kinds of different backgrounds. We have Muslims and Sikhs and Buddhists and Jains and everybody here in this land of immigrants. It's built off the backs of immigrants in this country. And they want to impose their will and interest on it.
Able to share with you again. And I believe in the future, and we'll just see when the right time is. In a few more months, we'll get a chance to meet back again with our friend Justice Parker here and find out some more, get some more wisdom from him and see what else the Lord does as part of, I just believe the Lord is raising this army of those who are pulled towards justice. Thank you all, and we look forward to another time very soon.
The end. Wow. Jesus, dude, that was psychotic. Let me know what you think about that in the comments. I am, like, disturbed by every part of that. By their bastardized interpretation of the Constitution and their bastardized interpretation of the origins of the country. Like, what? You think that the founders were religious nutcases? What is happening right now? They live in a different reality. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. This is just nuts, man. Absolutely nuts. All right, that's the end of it. Let's see. Pretty good timing. Wow, I went a little bit over, but that's okay. Don't forget, check out my book, Understanding Jehovah's Witnesses. I would appreciate that very much. Link is pinned. Let's see. Robert Adset. Yeah, I hit those already. Okay, I think I'm caught up. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks for coming. I will see you guys on Sunday for the live stream, okay? Have a good one, everybody.